My name is Angelica Jaquela, and I'm a humanitarian. I'm a human earth angel. I have a message for all teachers, for all principals of all types of schools, all school board members and trustees, all the employers of the teachers of all schools, religious and public schools, Catholic schools, preschools, nurseries, elementary schools, high schools, universities, even higher level studies in seminaries. Angelica Jaquela, I'm reminding all of you that you have a job to do. You studied the 4 years in university or college. You were raised after being loved into existence by your mother that cared for you, your parents, and then carried in the womb for 9 months for you to grow perfect health of brain and the physicality, and loved you into existence and cared and nurtured and took care of you as a baby, a long effort, a long time taking care of a baby, then raising till taller when it's grown the cells, always standing by your side. Respected her life and dignity and respected yours. When a baby and a toddler and a child took to schools, learned everything she possibly could, and educated you the proper ways, respected your health and dignity, and then you studied what you chose, long hours after going to school, learning from other teachers that cared and raised you rather with proper clean-minded etiquette, taught you good morals, how to respect others, that your job is to teach and educate the minds of little people, the one you chose to specialize your studies in to educate, to help the little children from the kindness of your heart and soul, to teach them what you studied and learned. You put the 4 years of studies in college, most of teachers, then other humans studied in their job description that they are actually doing to hire different teachers specialized in different fields of studies that are employed for the purpose of teaching little children according to what they studied in the college, most 4 years of studies, even university, some higher level studies, even for board members, elementary, high school, university board members, trustees, principals, seminary, professors, principals. All of you were asked when employed, before employed rather, by your potential employer, are you going to do your job that you studied all the years that your mother raised you best you can, and it was taught to you to respect the health, the lives, well-being of the children you're going to teach. These are humans. Are you going to take the time to consider and take into account what is in the best interest of a little child, to educate them properly in modern day, what is needed that is beneficial to their life to be taught to them, and then not teach them something that's useless and waste their time? Are you going to respect their health, to inform the children when it is a too cold day and hazardous to their health, to put a call into the parents or child at proper age to tell them to stay home, to care for their health and not endanger their lives? Are you going to, during pandemic times, during coronavirus and the different mutated, changed form strain times, and other viruses such as monkeypox and different avian flu going on, avian viruses, different bacteria, infections going on in worldwide pandemics, are you going to act in the best interest of another human life and respect your own health and dignity as well, as a potential teacher, a principal of an elementary school that is going to have 100 to 1,000 students? Are you going to, when you see it is hazardous to a child's health, are you going to put the phone call in to the parents and online state that all schools are closed to prevent the spread of coronavirus and different mutated strains of it? Are you going to care enough to go online and make an online course while this is happening to educate the children? Are you going to respect the health and dignity of the lives of little children and be understanding to their needs, that they are little humans that are growing, to consider this when that they have to sleep enough when they're growing, more than any human because they are growing new cells, that they have to sleep and be well rested in a safe place, not hazardous to human health, such as at home, to be well rested and have a caregiver, proper parent taking care of them and nurturing them till they're in proper age and enough cells grown to live their normal life. Are you going to consider these things? Are you going to consider that these children have to be well rested to learn anything? It does take a lot of calories, a lot of rest, a lot of nutrients to the brain, glucose for fuel energy for the brain itself to think, to control many physiological functions, for a child to walk somewhere to go learn something, to study. Are you going to consider this and act in the best interest of a child and respect their health and dignity at all times? And remind the parents of this and caregivers. Are you going to respect the health and lives of these little humans? They have a dignity of God, a valuable life that every human has. This is well known on by law on earth to be respected and under God. It is recorded in every human brain, thought, mind, soul, organs, and physical actions of every human at all times by the heavens on earth, in every human that is religious or not. When a human knows and has studied for years, raised properly and loved by their mother, out of respect of dignity of her, and has the respect of its own dignity. Every human that is going to be a teacher, a principal, teachers of preschools, nurseries, elementary schools, high schools, religious or not, public schools, all levels, and universities, professors, educators in seminaries and other types of educational facilities, colleges, universities. You are going to be responsible for the proper care and understanding of another human life, to educate them properly, to respect their dignity and health, to care for that first, that another human life has a value, has to have their health respected by these teachers. You, as a potential teacher, professor, to respect them that they have a brain, organs, physicality organs, that have a dignity of God, to respect it, and all of these, to for you to consider their health first, their safety, their well-being. For all students that you are going to teach, are you going to think of this first at all times and act in their best interest? To close all school doors as long as the pandemics are going on. It is about another human life that you have to respect. By law and under God, as I stated, it is recorded by the heavens and earth, everyone is judged immediately and know to morally do right and respect their own dignity, God given dignity, religious or not, a valuable life that has a right to be respected, and their health, physical health, their well being, to be treated with respect, morally right, never disrespected. No human, especially in potential teachers known are as this before they're employed, principals, board members, school board members, trustees, university professors, those that employ them, all those employing teachers, all colleges that teach the students to be teachers at all levels, professors, educators, all have to respect the dignity of a life and have no right to disrespect another human life, especially a child's health, dignity, rights. There are laws on earth. If a teacher knows to do right and knows there's a pandemic and doesn't inform students and parents to stay home, doesn't go along with social distancing practices to enforce, to mention to children in schools, in high schools, and on the properties, and principals, board members, trustees, professors, rather, all the employers are not following up on these teachers. All have by law are morally obligated and asked when employed if they are going to respect the human dignity, rights, bioethics laws, the respect of a human life and health, as I stated, of the children. Respect their own health and life. Consider this first is most important: human health and life. Safety, to prevent coronavirus from spreading to them, to the children, to other people, to animals with respiratory tracts. This is most important, not a paycheck. Paychecks are only allowed by law and under God when a human is considered by the employer who has to do a proper job under God. And by law, religious or not, all of the humans know. Because their job, what they trained and studied, most paid a lot of money, and parents raised, helped them children through school or studied, and the students paid a lot of money, even though poor, to learn this, what their job description is going to be. And all of these entail working with other humans in this situation to care and respect the health and lives of who they're going to work with. In this situation, little children, their parents, little children left in schools, high schools, universities. Preschools especially need constant care by the teachers. Teachers study, act in the best interest, have to take care continuously of the little children. Keep in mind many things. To respect their health and lives above all. When a child's health fails and is because of the teacher not doing their job, neglecting all in their job description to do, they cannot do this. No, they are already have criminal charges against them. They know they have in their care a child, parents go to work and leave them at school, and are trusting these teachers to do a proper moral job and to care best they can for these students, too young to know other things, and to respect their lives and health, to do act in their best interest and respect their dignity of a valuable life, that their health has the right to be respected, the brain, physical health, to assess if they're tired, to make sure the students have a break, if they cannot learn something to help them, to be there to care, be a human being, and use their gifts, virtues, and to be patient, understanding as they studied and trained for 4 long years, then graduated, and to assess this and about every child to care, continuously care. They cannot make a paycheck if they're not going to do the job. The employer knows, that's why they are asked these questions before they're employed. The employers also ask these questions if they're going to employ proper teachers and assess if this properly, rather, if these potential teachers of tiny little human children in a preschools, elementary school, high school, universities, professors, the principals, the secretaries, all the other staff, cafeteria staff, even janitors that work in these schools are going to respect their own health and dignity and consider that and to respect that of the little children, to raise and rightly promote a proper moral example of clean-minded etiquette and teach them properly to respect their own health and lives, inform them and the caregivers when there is a pandemic or too cold, too warm to stay home. Their health is most important. They cannot heal anything. They are growing new cells. They have to rest when growing and have enough food in a warm, safe environment. During COVID and variant strain times, unfortunately I've seen elementary schools opened, illegally opened, high schools illegally opened. Millions of students with no masks socializing outside, not one teacher standing there, no parent assessing this principle. By law, they are already disrespecting their job description and the health dignity lives of little children. When the virus spreads to 100 students, then spreads to the world, they have no right to do this. It is their job and cannot make their paycheck, did beyond wrong, didn't keep maintained the social distancing to tell to the children to not socialize after high school and go straight home. Walk 2 meters separately at least away, even with masks on, from other students, from their parents, from animals, pets, to do their part to promote this, to prevent the spread of coronavirus and variant strains as much as they can. Is in their job description to do. They were asked when employed if they were going to do this. If they can't, they cannot by law on earth and under God make a paycheck. They morally disrespect this under God. They have no right to disrespect the lives of children and themselves be in hazard of their health of spreading the coronavirus, which humans suffer respiratory ailments and other health concerns for 2 horrendously long weeks, fevers, have breathing problems, aches, nausea, different health concerns for 2 long weeks, and die. Children already have not a strong immune system. They are growing still new cells and need to be kept at home. They can be easily educated in simple subjects at home. There's online resources and teachers know. Easily to have classes online, what is basically needed, what for them essential to learn, and leave out all the other useless information. For teachers to be intelligent and wise, to teach them what is necessary, especially COVID times, and leave out other useless information that they won't use in life. Their health is most important. They are have human lives and they're the future of the world. The humans, the teachers and principals, and all trustees of boards have to make a better curriculum. They have to do they haven't been for years. There are even religious ones under God, schools blessed in holy water in the name of God, Jesus, and Holy Spirit have disrespected this on the earth. They put things in curriculum that children minds that were tired and went on school days never informed to stay home on really cold or warm days. It was their job. They disrespected the health and lives of millions of students over years. In our religious schools, especially, and under God is morally wrong. They have no right to do. They studied for long years, and the parents help guide them the right way and have no right to disrespect themselves and with their parents' efforts a valuable life respected to raise the child right and they know morally to do right from wrong and did wrong to and under job description swore under God and as an oath to morally right and to the employers who employ stating that the truth told that they would respect the dignity of their health and lives of themselves and to make proper best interest decisions to act on the in the part on the part rather of children to make sure they're healthy above all and safe, to act in the best interest of their well-being, to consider this first. They are little humans, need to be raised and set have a good moral example by these teachers, constantly and reminded as needed, in a caring manner, patient to be with children. Most humans that work with children care they know they're young and are pleasant to be with and care and act in the best interest of children. But there are millions and many teachers that do their job, make the paycheck, and don't really doing their job, are not doing entirely rather their job. That they signed up and swore an oath under God and by law have to do. To the employer stated that they would do everything in their job description. To respect the health and dignity of children, they're gonna be working with potentially 100 to 1,000 students in a school, the principals, to set a good example, to wear a mask themselves, to close the doors, as long as pandemic goes on. A virus will never finish spreading unless it is prevented from spreading. That means close the doors. All Catholic schools and under God are holy ground. Cannot have any teachers disrespecting under God any other child life have no right to do by not closing the doors. They cannot sin against another human life, disrespect what they told the truth under God and knew and to the employers by law. When a child has gone to a school and misinformed and the door open has endangered life, and the teachers have already charges against them. They didn't do by law and under God what they're supposed to do, inform children and the parents to tell the children to stay home. So they do not prevent so they prevent the spread rather of this coronavirus and the mutated strains. Unfortunately, as everyone knows, this virus, everyone hasn't done their part, especially teachers that actually have know to deal with children and respect these little lives. And not anyone, most people are filing complaints and have to do right away. And by law, this if a child gets ill by going to a Catholic school, especially or public school, not told by the parents by this that the doors are closed, to act in the best interest, they were supposed to say that there's a virus going on, a serious one, in the best interest of the child's health and life and dignity. I was supposed to close the doors. The principal informed that the school is closed. To all parents, put calls in. Teachers as needed online these days. There's classes. The pandemic has been gone over 4 years. They know already. People being negligent. Whoever's lifted restrictions has done a big moral wrong, disrespected the laws. 100 million people suffered, and the virus that could have been gone and prevented when people did a lot of effort, and children suffering, not socializing, and did their part, not socializing with friends, keeping 2 meters away. Little children did the part, not easy to learn this. They stayed away from the pets, loved ones, the people in long-term care facilities, other little children, wards, medical ones, disabled, other parents did a lot of effort, isolated certain people to prevent the spread. But then negligently, these people, some opened the schools. The parents leave them there, trusting the teachers and the principals, and they left the children there, and not safe at all, not attended to, monitored. No one filed complaints. These humans work there, endanger the lives of themselves, have no respect for human life and dignity and of little children. Hundreds socializing, as I stated, outside. No mask. And that's why this virus spread in mutated forms. If everyone did the part, and teachers, especially by law under God, employed and said that they would do this, close the doors, they would have not spread and lasted this long on the earth and mutated. Viruses, keep in mind, are very dangerous. The longer they stay on the earth, then they mutate, they change forms, and there are no vaccines. The first vaccines made for this virus do not protect against any mutated changed forms. This mutated form of this virus has many different mutated forms as well over time. And the children lost their lives, they lost parents' lives, the dogs and the pets, loved ones crying, lost lives, others affected. Teachers didn't do their part, and professors and principals all the years. They are morally under God, by law, did a huge moral wrong. They know not to and sin against other human lives, children. And others lost life, suffer 2 long weeks, respiratory ailments, where the children don't have a strong immune system, are still building on it, growing new cells and needed to rest, and could have simply called them and told them to stay home. It is not worth endangering a child's life to have them come to a school with 100 other students, spreading dangerous virus to the entire world. That will mutate and never leave the earth, and no one will socialize, and it will never be gone. But they have done this. The cafeterias have been mandated closed because they are places of food. The humans have to they take the mask off and not monitor the children, and this is their job under God and by law. To respect the dignity and life of children and make sure they don't eat any food in cafeterias, and make sure they stay home and not come to the Catholic public schools and all schools, elementary, high school, universities at all times, till all the coronavirus and variant strains and monkeypox virus that transferred from animals to humans, and other different viruses and bacteria going on currently in the world that need to prevent it at all costs, or it will never leave the earth. And it, as I stated, changed forms and is even worse. And there are no vaccines and no cures. There are criminal charges to be placed if a teacher doesn't do their job and endangers the lives knowing not to. They know morally right are assessed by employers. And if my employer is not following up to go to the classes to see, to make sure that to travel there and to see if the doors of the schools are closed. The board members not checking there and under God by law are morally responsible and have to make sure that the schools close the doors. Don't open them. They cannot open the doors. Elementary school, high school, universities. This hasn't been done and all over the 4 years of pandemic, even before after humans rather suffered during after the SARS. They didn't learn. These humans suffered and lost children lives suffering. Crying, don't know what a respiratory ailment is and suffering living to it. Breathing problems, 100 turn to million seconds day and night, aches, pain, suffering when they don't have a strong immune system to begin with. Because the teachers made their paycheck, but neglected what their number one job is to think and respect the health and dignity and lives of the little children, to act in their best interest, to tell them to stay home. Their lives and health are most important, not their paycheck. When they make a paycheck, it is to do their job, to respect the children, their health and lives and dignity under God, which they know they have no right to disrespect any other human life. When they do, these are there are criminal charges and other charges by law against the teachers, the principals, the board members, those that employed the teachers, the elementary school teachers, the high school teachers, the school board members, elementary school board members, high school board members, university board members, trustees of every city of Ontario in different provinces. These in the states, there are 100 million schools, all religious and not in public schools. This hasn't been enforced in all other countries in the world. For any to monitor to make sure these schools are closed entirely, to follow up on these teachers. These are negligent staff, humans. They know and swear that they're gonna do under God as every job title release or not, because they're gonna work with other humans, in this situation, children. They are put, as I stated, in the care, these teachers, the parents rather put in the care of these teachers and trust them to inform them about if it's safe or not for to go to school, and teachers as and rather as parents as well have to make a right decision and know that if a teacher is going to say, oh, the doors are open and there's a virus going on that really spreads to others and this child might suffer 2 weeks and die, then really don't take the child to the school and report this teacher. The teacher doesn't have the best interests and has no respect for the child's life that it knows to do but not doing. And 100 million other children in the school, thousands in every day, in every school. And it has no right to do, this teacher, elementary school teacher, high school teacher, university teacher, to endanger a life, 100, potentially thousands in one school alone, to have children going there and open cafeterias where they're eating less than a meter away and have their mask off and spreading virus potentially to 100,000 students. And over the years, everyone, this virus spread, mutated, and never left the earth. It has been on earth too long because humans have become negligent. The teachers making their paycheck, even though at least even there's online resources these days that could have their online classes easy to do. The children stay home and can watch online. The parents even assess what the teachers are teaching online and promote it to help the students learn this rather. Out of the safety of their own home and no spread of virus going on, the teachers all doing morally right and by law under their job description. But this hasn't been going on for over 4 years. So if a teacher is negligent and says that these doors are open, then a parent obviously has to file a right to complain to the proper authority, to the employers of the schools, the board members, the preschool, elementary, high school board members, trustees, Ontario government, the American government. Let the governing bodies know these people are not, these humans are working there illegally, not acting in the best interest, respecting the lives and dignity of little children, other humans, animals, that the virus would be spread to, and it will impact the rest of the world. People losing jobs already. Humans did their part, but even children, but these teachers and professors and in universities and other students to keep in mind, even seen is online. They show these pictures, humans wearing masks with a few students in the rooms, but they could do this online. They endangered the lives of students, even humans saying that is triple or four booster shot vaccinated and wear a mask doesn't mean that they will not spread a different form of the virus or a different one. To keep this in mind is that this is not only in schools, other places, elementary school, high school, universities. So teachers listen, professors, university level, teachers of elementary school, high school, all other form schools and public schools, Catholic especially, is under God, Jesus, Holy Spirit. These are blessed holy grounds. To morally do right. You cannot open the doors during COVID times and variant strains, the mutated forms different of it. When a human, keep in mind, has 3 booster shot vaccinated, even proof of vaccination, and the fourth one for further protection against that exact strain of the virus and as an extra and a different form of the virus, it does not mean, even when a human wears a mask, it doesn't mean that the child, the teacher, the principal, the board member, the janitor, the cafeteria staff, other humans, priests, ministers that go work potentially at the schools, the parents, who knows where they came from, could have traveled somewhere else. It does not mean, even when they have a mask, that they will not transfer or get another form of the virus. With the mask on is a preventative measure. It doesn't stop this virus from spreading to another human, to another animal, to a child, a toddler, a kid in preschool, a baby, to the teachers, to the principal, to the janitors, to the cafeteria staff. The humans still breathe on the side of the mask, and it still has a chance to spread that way, and might get a different strain of the virus that they are not vaccinated against. This has been neglected to be mentioned even on the part of the World Health Organization, by the Pope, and world leaders for years. But it has to be kept in mind by all those that are working, especially with the little children. Have to set a proper example and let the parents know on their online school sites exactly these words. To tell them if they are triple or fourth booster shot vaccinated, it does not mean that they won't get another strain of the virus. There are no vaccinations further for any other strains of the virus, and they will become ill for 2 long weeks and die and potentially transfer to others, and it will never leave the earth and keep changing forms and have no vaccines for any other mutated forms. The children's lives will suffer and die. Other people will suffer, die, and lose jobs, already did, millions. It will never leave the earth when it's not prevented from spreading. Children will never socialize if it doesn't not prevent it from spreading. Lives, jobs lost. So it is not worth a paycheck to be made and employers to listen. If you think a human is not going to act in the best interest of children, then don't hire them. By law, you are morally responsible as well. And by law, you have to employ these teachers and follow up and go to the schools if they're there. Follow up if the doors are closed during COVID times and variant strain times, to put a paper there that this in the acting in the best interest of human dignity and respect of children, parents, and all animals that are respiratory tracts, that these doors are closed by law and under God. Religious or not, this applies. Everyone is judged morally right away, recorded in their actions, thoughts, brain, physicality, movements, soul, everything that a human has in them in their heart. They know morally to do right and respect their own daily health and life and to how they want to be treated, to treat others with respect that way. The teachers don't want to become ill, but endangered risk their own lives and had never closed some doors. And children went there and people brought them there, and who knows where these people came from. They could have got a different virus on the way, and then the children spread it there to the others. And is most of the time in Canada cold right now? Other countries too hot. In the cold temperatures, the viruses spread even faster. In the winds, and most of the seen children walking even to school, the parents with no masks, not even 2 meters away. And animals walking with the pets in line. Students walked with the teachers even there when they're in the school outside in the cold with no masks, talking to each other less than a meter away. No parents following up, no teacher board principal standing there saying this teacher is not right and filing complaints. If a child becomes ill in the care of a teacher left there the parents had, then it becomes ill and had to, there are charges to be pressed against this teacher that knew to care for these children, respect their health and lives, to make sure that they had masks on, to make sure that they stayed 2 meters away and stay home and never come to class, to prevent the spread of this virus at all times. Rather, if the child suffers and dies, by law and under God, there are charges. Another life was harmed. A child would, depending on the exact description of the teacher, what his job description is, they know. Professors, elementary, high school, university teachers, trustee board members, those that employ the teachers, don't follow up, don't do exactly in their job description that they know and are going to work with children, parents, other humans, cafeteria staff, secretaries, priests, ministers, janitors, if they endangered another life and had no right to do, and a human caught the virus and they could have, and their job actual description is to inform them and prevent it and close the doors, and humans suffer 2 weeks, they didn't do their job, they cannot make their paycheck. What there was to prevent the spread. When they didn't, they endangered and harmed a life, and they knew not to do and morally did wrong. They sinned against another life and they suffered for 2 weeks and potentially died. These humans have been tortured. This is illegal bodily harm against a human free will of choice by a teacher, a principal, a janitor, secretary, staff, principal, school board members, other staff, the employers not following up, other higher governing bodies not doing their part to monitor this, that enforce the laws. There are health and safety boards. There are bioethics boards also not doing their job, especially associated with schools, buildings to be safe and closed during COVID times and variant strains. And the monkeypox going on, also a virus, spreads through breathing, need masks. And to keep in mind that these masks themselves only prevent a spread of the material itself, the amount percentage that is stated on the package or the mask. The material is made to filter out approximately in most masks 97 or 99% of a virus spreading through the material to prevent it. The rest percentage is not prevented. It is not entirely stopped from passing through the mask. And on the side of the mask, obviously, the virus a human has is spread. Humans wearing masks have been informed entirely, and the teachers not doing their job entirely, those that didn't. They know by law and under God that they cannot do this, but did. Under God, they don't get away with their judge, but on earth, they haven't been the teachers and human parents pressing charges, filing complaints to their employers. And these humans, if a child suffered as I stated, are responsible for the health failing of a child, and their life is drastically reduced, endangered, harmed. They suffered needlessly, and because they were under the care of a teacher that was negligent in their job description. They were supposed to respect the dignity, valuable life of God of a child that a parent raised for 9 months in the womb and cared for to raise proper health entrusted to this teacher while they're in the classes, to tell them and be informed to stay home, and the teacher didn't take care of the child to make sure they stay even 2 meters away, to make sure you don't eat in front of other children, don't share anything, make sure their hands sanitized, washed properly is more important. Sanitizers, keep in mind, they don't kill the whole viruses. They're still on surfaces, hands, clothing. The virus and coronavirus rather and variant strains stay on surfaces for hours to days at a time. They stay on human hands, on the face. Nothing has been done to enforce and follow up on these teachers, principals, board members, university professors. Negligent, they studied for years to know and to act in the best interest of the child first. Their own health and dignity to respect, not to have, they don't want the virus transferred to them, endanger their own life. Obviously, when they don't respect their own life, they cannot be teachers. They cannot be professors. They cannot be teachers of elementary school students, little children, toddlers, in preschools, in nurseries, in other places, other teachers in seminaries, higher level studies, even with adults, in colleges. These humans don't respect their own health and dignity after the parents cared enough to teach them well and paid enough and they studied 4 long years for their job and don't do their job. By law and under God, they don't get away with it, and they cannot make their paycheck. They have to, if they do something morally wrong to that point, they have to have their paycheck taken away. They cannot make a paycheck that they swore that they're going to work with children to help them and harm their health. The paycheck can only be given to those teachers, principals, professors of all public elementary, high school, universities, all Catholic, all different religious ones, especially janitors, cafeteria staff, secretaries, all different job titles associated with the schools, the employers of the teachers. All these humans, by law, didn't do their job, and it results in a child suffering, and they don't even respect their own health. They are going to endanger their life when this virus might spread to them, and didn't even close the doors. That in itself, those humans cannot make their paycheck. They have to turn it in. They have to hire someone that will. They told an employer under God and by law that they will care and respect this first above all, to have to act in the best interest of another life, a human child, that parents entrust their know and trust that these teachers are gonna care for the students, make sure to inform them and the parents to stay home and close the doors of the schools, to be educated up to date in preventative COVID measures, to enforce them if there were children there to really stay 2 meters away, to make sure you don't eat near another child, make sure the place is well air circulated, even if they really had to were going there to enforce even these measures. Wash the hands with the soap and water to inform them is better than hand sanitizers. It kills the virus more and it's washed down the drain, removed from the hands surface, versus sanitizers that are they are they kill some of the virus but not and is still on the hands. It helps prevent this from spreading a certain amount but not entirely kills the virus, the hand sanitizers. To keep up to date with this information for preventative measures to prevent this virus from spreading not only to them, to innocent children. Then who knows where the children go and then spread to other parents and then the loved ones lost, dogs, pets, loved ones crying have souls. Animals do not have the reasoning ability to figure out what a virus is and needlessly suffer. They do have a soul, emotions. They must have the kind heart of them all. They care for the children, the parents, the caregivers. The children also care for animals. Every life affects another life. Millions lives lost and humans crying. Children did their part too, not socializing, intelligent best they can, but need the teachers to show them and parents. And caregivers also. They are morally responsible too. So I'm telling this to the parents and caregivers. If you think it's too cold, then act in your best interest of your child rather. You already took care for 9 months in the womb to care for it, the mother, to raise it to proper health. Then after you have to continue. If it's too cold and the virus pandemic going on, make sure you don't take your child outside and bring it to a school. If a teacher tells you the doors are open, tell them they're not acting in the best interest of the child life and not theirs. Not respect the health and dignity and cannot do this. They cannot make a paycheck. They have to be fired and hire someone that will respect their own lives and health and that of the children. Immediately, they know this by law and under God. This hasn't been done for years and millions suffer needlessly. Humans have to care. When they have children, the parents do. Assess this because they send there, they trust the teachers, but to follow up, go there and see. When they pick up a student from a high school and they know there's 1,000 students standing there with no mask, obviously the teacher's not acting in the best interest or principles and have, if the child is harmed, have criminal charges against them, but the child is suffering to file because say you didn't you were supposed to make sure that these children even stay 2 meters away or mass if there's maybe one or two limit students or something, but there's 1,000 students standing there. I entrusted you. You didn't tell me to close that they were supposed to close the doors. You didn't tell me that you're not going to care for the children to tell them to stay 2 meters away with a mask. How dare you endanger my child's life? The people pick them up and leave, but they spread to 1,000 students and dogs and the mutated forms. 100 million students lost their lives suffering 2 years and died. Parents loved children, took care in the womb to raise for 9 months, and then loved and then left their suffering and died. Never follow up. They sign up. The parents have to care too, to respect their own children, to remember don't trust anyone. If you just because they're teachers or even other student medical staff, just because they are there you think that they're going to help, that's what their job is. They're not always doing their job. I know from experience and seen in world. That's why I tell the truth here for everyone who has children and in all the job descriptions and all parents to think first about how you want to be respected and respect the children. They need constant care and to have a good moral example, to how enforce the preventative measures to remind them as needed, to stay away from the schools, every public place, indoor malls, dine-in areas, in cafeterias, in restaurants, in the coffee shops, in all indoor malls. There are they can't have indoor malls open even with proof of vaccination. The child might still get a different strain and spread it to others, to animals, humans, and the parents. Other humans, lives lost, affect another life. People don't have jobs. Then a child loses a parent, has no one to take care of them in the cold for the rest of their life. No, all in the warm countries. There's already million orphans, billions in world because of pandemics and humans negligent, not doing their jobs and had to do, and have no parents. They lost because of coronavirus and have no one to take care in the cold, million days no food to be fed and no house shelter. In the Canada and States alone too. In other countries, poor ones. Africa, everywhere in the world. All countries, almost every human is poor in itself, working to survive, and then they leave the children thinking they're in the proper care of teachers. That are even it's not a saying, it's not easy studies. They studied 4 long years. Some higher level studies, board members, teachers for to work with children. I sort of studied certain courses at university level, only few, but it's very difficult. They study more than I do and specialize in this to assist to teach children. These humans studied a long years and paid and worked a lot of money to pay off loans for studies and then neglect the children and their own lives and health. There's a lot of humans that care, that really do and work with children, obviously, but a lot of them are not respecting their own health and lives and endangering their own lives and children, 100 million over the past 4 years during the pandemic. Have no right to do. They cannot endanger, disrespect their own life. When they don't have respect for their own life, know they might get a virus and still endanger to make a paycheck, they obviously cannot do their job. The employer not following up is not doing their job by law or under God and has to do. And everyone, then I'm saying this, has to be rectified on earth immediately. Everyone, keep your children safe at home. Act in the best interest, slow down, think that you want to be treated with respect and healthy, and same with your child. If it's cold and the virus still going on, pandemic, check the news up to date. If the pandemic going on, don't take your child to school. Keep them away from churches, all are mandated closed. Any public place where there's going to be other people and it's too cold, might spread faster, keep your children at home. Keep them away from all other people. It is your job, you are morally obligated under God, and you're responsible for the care of another life. You're supposed to respect the health and lives of 100 million children, all the teachers, principals, elementary, high school, university, preschools, all the employers of these teachers, janitors, secretaries, all these other staff members that go work there. So everyone, please do your job, file complaints if needed, press charges if you already suffered ill health because and the children were harmed. You know there are laws. Humans have rights, children have rights. There are a lot of rights by law humans have, including children, babies, toddlers, teenagers, all human students of all levels, especially young ones kept and entrusted to the care of these teachers while humans go on jobs and leave them to be educated in certain places. But the parents also have to be careful and assess this properly. If just because a teacher says that the school is open during COVID times, obviously to think that this teacher is not doing right, and their life will be in danger, and 100 million students, thousands that day, will get a virus, suffer, and die, and spread to the world. They have no right to do because they're not informing them the right way. They have no respect for their own health and life, and not of the children. They cannot make by their paycheck like them, even doctors, anyone else that says this. Board members, health and safety boards are not doing their part. They are assessed when the employer has stated. Are you going to, when you're going to work, no, with children, work with the humans and these job descriptions, hire other humans? Are you going to respect their health and life as you want to respect it? In your job that you studied for description, do everything in your job description to respect them. If not, I cannot hire you and I will not. Out of respect to those humans, and I'm not gonna give you a paycheck, use my money to give you a paycheck for you gonna to neglect your job and other humans will be harmed and not done their job educated properly cared for, especially children. Little children, babies, toddlers, university level students, college students, human students in seminaries of all ages, young and old. Millions have neglected this, even separate matter, even by the teachers, even priests, ministers in some schools coming there, but they're under God know for sure to care, respect the health, and stay away. Putting masses there in schools, traveling there, who knows where they came from, might have different strain, endanger the lives of students. They know this is not worth it. Everything there's even the online internet as told. They have the easy to put a little mass online if needed, instruct anyone online, can easily viewed by humans safely from their home anywhere they are. They don't have to travel and can don't have their lives rather endangered, potentially getting the coronavirus and variant strains of it. But they neglected this in their job description, so even priests to trust is not proper to do if they're not acting in the best interest in what their job is under God and by law. Humans have to think first and be educated, especially in the matters of children. If the humans that they're gonna have caring for them or have instructed, even by teachers, by priests, teachers, ministers, different humans gonna speak with the children. If they're gonna act in their best interest, left in a play school, if they're gonna care for them for the hours that they're there, If there's a virus, they're going to inform them that they close the doors, and really the alarms go off in the parent's brain, caregiver, foster parent, adoptive parent, and say, look, this something wrong here. This teacher is obviously not going to care for my child. I'm not going to bring them to travel a distance and become ill on the way and get the virus potentially. When they didn't tell me to close, they told me that the doors are open in the play school, but there's a virus series going on and they're supposed to close the doors. So never trust anyone within means. Always think first with the best interest of your health and well-being and that of your child. All the parents, caregivers, foster parents, adoptive parents. You are morally obligated when this at these especially young ages to care for your child. Just because, as I stated, that these human studies say they teach children and they're smiling doesn't mean that they have best interest in your child and they respect their own health have to be assessed by the parents. To interview, to speak with the children about this. Did the teacher, when you were going to schools, when they had no COVID times or happened to go early on or something, did the teacher respect this? Did they ask you if you wore a mask? Did they tell you to stay 2 meters away? Did they say yes or no? If they know, then the alarms go off and parents' brain have to call the teacher. Why did you disrespect my child? You're supposed to tell them that they're supposed to wear a mask, stay 2 meters away at least. I entrusted you. You know that's your job. You're supposed to make sure that they stay 2 meters away. You didn't do this. You have no right to disrespect my dignity of my child, to endanger its life. It might get a virus. I cared for it in the womb for 9 months. Is a long time, and you disrespected this. You have no right to do. First, don't take them to the schools. These are things that haven't been done for years on the part of the parents of the children. Did the children best informed but need good role models? Did what they can? Are they suffering? They cannot play with other children. They don't know about these things. We're crying, but the best they did what they can that they understand at that age. They stayed alone, maybe played with a doll, and versus going out to play and socialize, be happy with children. So it is the parents and all the teachers, as I stated, every job description. All the teachers, elementary, high school, universities have to do their job. If you think you're not going to act in best interest and do your job, then a lot of people are poor and willing to do your job studied. It is a competitive field and would need this money even to survive, to do their own, to use this money for a job and would actually help the students and close the doors. Put an online course and respect and save the lives and health of 100 million children and prevent it to spreading to other million people and mutating this virus as a stated changes forms the longer it stays on earth and there are no vaccines, no cures and never will leave the earth. No children will ever socialize, no schools and churches will be open ever again. The malls will be closed, maybe one store open one at a time, and an economy goes down, and now humans will suffer needlessly, poor with no jobs, all their lives lost, and more will be lost, and the world will go downhill, and then nothing will be accomplished properly. Everyone's sad, and then it'll be all very wrong if no human really stops up and does their job. Every human teacher, principal, high school teacher, preschool teachers, nursery teachers, play schools, all different. There are medical wards with children, all educators, university professors, college educators, seminaries, religious ones not doing their part. Priests, ministers, don't trust everyone entirely. Just because they seem under God a job title doesn't mean they're doing their job. Even the Pope hasn't been doing his job entirely in this for over 4 years. Shouldn't be hired, technically has to be fired and give his paycheck back. All the teachers that didn't close the doors have to have been fired and assessed really their job, are re-educated and have been fired and take their paycheck away. They said they would do their job and care for students. When they endanger the life, they cannot make a paycheck for harming students. The employers know this by law. The trustees didn't look into it. They need to be assessed by the higher governing bodies, their employers. They're not following up. No one is following up on any job title. Especially this, I'm saying this in a video, and I put other ones, especially about children. So everyone, please do your part. Please listen and share this video to 100 million people in the world that are teachers, high school teachers, elementary school teachers, university teachers. Please listen to every word. A human suffered seeing this. With other children is beyond disheartening. Human has tears brought to their eyes. How human parents neglect the child that they cared for and loved for took the care rather for 9 months in the womb, and then left unattended, not followed up, and not to take the time to think even that it's COVID times to keep the child at home and there's online resources to teach them home studies versus traveling in cold or too warm and getting a virus and it's spreading in the world, as I stated, not going down even with vaccination because humans are being negligent, not enforcing wearing masks. Even if the 3 or 4 booster shot vaccinated, keep in mind this information. If a human wears a mask and not wears a mask, they still might get another virus, this virus, rather, a different form of it. And there are no vaccines for that one. A human is not vaccinated with a 3 or 4 booster shot against a different mutant strain of the coronavirus. They're not protected against other viruses, such as monkeypox, the other viruses going on in world, bacterias other countries have, humans crossing borders illegally, humans playing sports. I put another video. Respect your health, dignity, and lives. Stay away. Tell the children school sports if they had. Make sure to look into this immediately. Parents, close all schools. No socializing in gyms. Gym classes gone. As long as the pandemic is on, no gym classes. Children are gonna come moving and I need to take a mask to breathe air, to exercise. And they cannot do this when there's a pandemic going on. They will spread the virus and might get it and suffer 2 weeks and die. Human can only exercise with a mask off to breathe air. It is bad enough a child is already wearing if they wear a mask and normal humans to walk are sitting wearing a mask. If a human is walking, that's already considered exercise. A human is breathing out CO2, used oxygen from the cells, muscles, and breathe it out, and then the mask is on the face. Prevented this CO2 from going out, leaving fully. There was only the some space on the side of the mask, and then human almost inhaling the CO2 back and poisoning themselves. It turns to carbonic acid. After human internalizes what they already breathe out CO2 enough, they become poison. So a human is when wears a mask has to minimally do not a lot of work, even walking, to stay home and isolated well circulated air place. Child safe at home with a parents that know that they can travel different place without a mask for sure. Safe that way. Away from schools, away from churches. Not child, a child schools is not required to go in the auditorium for churches for practice. Under God and Jesus, Holy Spirit, religious, all non-religious know too. No one is expected to endanger the health and lives to go to a place of religious practice. It is most important for humans to make sure that their health is safe. The human once is harmed health cannot heal itself. To prevent the spread at all costs to others, remember every life affects another life. No human has the right, especially children, rather, sorry, especially teachers, principals, and all those of job descriptions that work with the children have no right, including parents, to disrespect the health and lives and spread this virus, the coronavirus and variant strains of it to others. They are know all and educated to morally do right. It's been around in the world for already approximately 4 years. It is a seriously long time and haven't left. Unfortunately mutated to different variant strains, Delta variant strain, Omicron variant strains, subvariant strains. It changed the shape, form, and then there's no vaccines for it. There are no cures. There's no human alive immune to coronavirus or variant strains. So humans have to look in who hired these people. There are other boards. There's other humans that know about this more than I do. The different job descriptions, the safe and healthy boards, the ones that check the boards, the rooms and the buildings if they're safe for children to go to, especially schools, if the doors are closed in these places during pandemic times to prevent this from spreading. If it doesn't prevent it, if it's not prevented from spreading, it will keep changing forms and no one will socialize, as I stated, and the whole economy go down. People have less jobs, already have none almost. And all human efforts that the children had putting masks in other people and people in other wards affected, long-term care facilities, even children did their part and can't even go outside are suffering alone. Humans saddened this will never leave the earth and people will continue to suffer more. It will never leave if the teachers don't do the part, the teachers of the other schools, the elementary, high school, universities, the professors, the parents themselves, priests, ministers under God, they really have a moral obligation and no other judge right away under God. And everyone keep in mind that's what I stated. No one gets away with this on earth by God. Every human soul, brain, physicality, life force, everyone, religious or not, of all job descriptions, knows what they're trained in their job to do, swear an innocence and oath to God. Some really do. Because they're gonna work with other humans, potentially employers as this, as I stated in the beginning of the video. Are you going to respect your own health and dignity and you're going to be working with other humans in this situation, children, parents, other humans, a life that you want to be respected that way? Are you going to respect other humans? Are you going to do everything in your job if I hire you? If not, I cannot give you paycheck. I will not hire you. So most were hired and do their job, but some don't. Just because, as I stated, the teacher's smiling or a priest, and human think that these are trained to deal with children and are gonna do a good example doesn't mean they do. A lot of them do some of their job, but neglect a lot of stuff. Others are not trained, but everyone is on every job title, and parents, especially of children, caregivers, and of animals and other humans, and priests and everyone, Pope, world leaders, to be educated up to date on the main viruses going on in the world, what is going on, if there was a triple say vaccination and everyone got vaccinated, the amount of virus went down in the world, prevented from spreading, but then another strain came along, a different form. The humans with a 3 booster shot vaccinated are not immune, are not protected with this 3 booster shot vaccination against the fourth, the different strain, I mean. Then the humans got additional vaccine to build protection from the after the third one, and an extra protection against a different strain only, not another form of the virus. There are many forms of this coronavirus that no human have a vaccine for, and will still get the virus and die even if vaccinated 3 or 4 booster shots. To keep this in mind. And human, to spread this video to the world leaders and Pope and all teachers immediately is your job to act. This is to act in the best interest of 100 million children, babies, toddlers, all the parents, animals, caregivers that know the children, to prevent the spread of this coronavirus and variant strains. To prevent the spread of monkeypox, there's some other viruses coming up in the world. Knowing how they're gonna act, there are not enough vaccines for almost any of the viruses, almost none. The millions of lives already suffered and lost. Jobs were lost. Parents, as I stated, would died, and children have no parents. Half the world is living in Canada States alone is cold almost all the year. 100 million seconds this child in other countries too hot don't have a parent to give them shelter. Is not a second 100 million day night left on the street alone, freezing in frostbite or too warm temperatures, dehydrated and starving, and have no money for food, and have parents that cared for them neglected to take care of them or to make sure that the teachers close the doors to care for them to stay home, and Then might have got the virus, and then the parents died, and the children are left homeless with no foster parents, fend on the street can't, they're even toddlers, babies, humans of other ages, teens, and left crying alone and have no one to take care of them for funding for shelter or anything. And especially these other countries too warm, very poor in Africa, other places, natural disasters and children, and then the parents lost. Have orphans, keep in mind. World leaders not doing all their job in their job description to fund help this and have to by law under God to care for the children. These are everyone if did the part too on the pandemics in those countries too, then the children wouldn't have not have their parents lost and wouldn't be alone. And are allowed to be disrespected these ways. These are little humans. They have to be cared for. The parents thought that and they under God made a decision to have a child to care for them, even especially till adult age and as long as needed. To provide shelter, food, proper to make sure they have proper decisions made to take them to school if it's safe. If there's a pandemic and that the virus spreads, then it obviously keep the child at home, away from the virus. Their health and life is more important than learning something. They could stay home and easily mostly learn any basic book can found online resources these days at all times to find and to learn what is most important about their health. The rest they are growing, as I stated. Keep in mind that children need to sleep. Sundays, as I stated, for those religious and every religion, as I stated, I got rid of from the world. I told all mandated closed churches, tell the Pope and all teachers in Catholic and other religious schools of all religions, all places of worship, auditoriums in Catholic schools, other places closed. It is a public place where there's going to be more than maybe one human there. Even with a mass vaccinated, might get a different strain, spread the virus. It is not worth risking the life and not allowed by a human to open these doors to any Catholic religious school, to churches, worship places, basilicas, auditoriums, congregation halls, the St. Peter's Square there in the Vatican, other places and holy sites, not doing their part to tell humans of this is their job, cannot make their paychecks. So please everyone be cautious, think of your children and the teachers especially. You're responsible for their health and lives and well-being. You sign up for this in the job descriptions. If you're not doing your job, turn your paycheck in, hire someone, and the humans need the jobs as it is. Everyone is essentially poor in world still, basically working to survive. For food, shelter out of the cold all year in Canada, States, and other countries, mainly in others too hot. And then those who need a paycheck, even for to have a job to survive and would actually do their job that they studied for and actually care for children, respect the parents, inform them, and the other animals resulting, other pets affected, other humans, the jobs of humans, the future of the world, the children to be healthy as possibly can. They are growing and required a lot of nutrients and stay home at normal temperatures, 36.6 degrees. They need to function their internal body temperature and brain. If they even take out in the cold and it's too warm in schools, and that in itself, children walking with no scarves and already this is a disrespect of a child life. They don't deserve to be disrespected this way. No human is allowed to disrespect another life this way, including parents, teachers. When I put the children outside, even in too cold temperatures, they keep in mind that there are coronaviruses going on and variant strains, different viruses. But in addition, humans, even the common cold is considered a virus. Humans, the children might get a cold sore. These are viral infections. The body has to raise the temperature higher than the normal temperature to kill this virus, the common cold. But it has antibodies can will make against it and fight it off, but takes high temperatures. If not cared for in the cold, which most teachers are not doing to care for and get a coronavirus, these children are suffering horrendously and they're not allowed to be disrespected this way. And traveling to places of worship obviously is not allowed. To schools to endanger a child life to go freezing temperatures and get even the common cold. It is a virus. Other viruses don't have vaccines for it. The body cannot fight off, doesn't have the antibodies and knowledge to fight off any coronavirus, any other viruses that are virulent that travel to humans, that the body doesn't have antibodies for, that knows to fight off. So it doesn't get symptoms from it to fight off what if it gets the virus. This is all information that had to be told and keep reminded throughout the years during pandemics and even before humans learned SARS. This is SARS-CoV-2, the coronavirus, COVID-19. These are the names of this one after the SARS pandemic. The millions of lives suffered, and human did a huge effort then, and then stopped prevent the spread, and it was gone from the world. Then a few years later, the SARS-CoV-2 started. Then humans neglecting to do after a few years did their part, and then no one is doing anything almost in the world. And 100 million people lives needlessly suffered, lost, job lost, and the children needlessly suffered because the negligence of parents, the teachers. Humans make the paycheck but not doing their job. They could have hired someone else, give it and them only do the right thing and give someone else the job and have make the money better off for economy, better off for humans that actually need the job because they need to survive, to make food and water money, water rather make money for food, shelter for themselves, for families. These are not seconds we deal with. This is humans dealing with that affect lives of 100 million seconds humans are alive. Need meals to fund money to make for breakfast, lunch, dinner for the children. These the shelter. It is very expensive these days, as everyone knows. So those that are willing to work and actually care haven't been hired, mostly in world, and those that are working are not doing their job, endangered the lives and had no right to do. And lives lost have technically harmed a life. By law, to look into details, there be criminal charges can be filed against these humans, teachers, professors, seminary instructors, college instructors, preschool, play school instructors, teachers, and didn't do their part, and a child suffered 2 weeks and died, and then informed the parents, and depending on if the parent has to act in the best interest, informing themselves and not make sure that they didn't bring the child there in the first place. They have different things to consider. But there are charges at certain laws that are in effect under God and morally have to be respected on the earth. If a child is suffering 2 weeks needlessly, then the parent or the teacher, whoever didn't close the doors, is morally responsible by law and under God, have criminal charges against them. This is illegal bodily harm against another human life, and they knew not to, and harmed another life and suffered needlessly. Their health failed horrendously for 2 weeks and died a child, a baby, toddler, and they had no right to do no and can be filed under court by law. They don't get away with it under God, but on earth people have to can file criminal charges and put them in prison for harming another life, which they had no right to do and knew. And under their job description know that they were employed and asked and then again were given the job because they stated that they would never harm a child this way. They would close doors, inform parents, make sure that the virus didn't go on to be spread, to prevent the spread as well, to inform teachers, other professors, to notify the board, to be educated themselves in COVID preventative measures and enforce this to children as needed, the parents to remind them, to make sure they have online courses, as online teaching resources, easily done these days, versus telling parents that the doors are open, which they can't be, and the parents sending their children to school, leaving them unattended there with the teachers that were supposed to care and monitor them so they're even 2 meters away. Make sure they don't go to gym class, make sure they're not in the cafeterias. Stay away, keep their mask on, not take it off in food places. Make sure the hands properly washed, sanitize as needed. They haven't followed up inside or outside the schools, most of them. the ones that did for over 4 years. Many children, millions suffered and spread, and still is disheartening to see that people still doing this in the world. And a lot of places illegally lifted restrictions and are spread the virus in that way. There are restrictions that some companies, coffee shops, and other places children and parents that go to have everyone be aware that have lifted restrictions that state that no masks needed. These humans in coffee shops, well known, and stores are doing beyond morally wrong. The virus is not gone from the world, it's actually gotten worse. So do not trust anyone within means. Just because they are doing their job doesn't mean they're always doing it properly and acting in the best interest of other humans. They are hard to do, so there are laws. Complaints have there are rather complaint departments for every job. If someone does wrong, file a complaint. There are certain laws that can be pressed charges. Some are already covered by certain funding, free if someone can afford a lawyer, and a right to then act immediately if needed. These humans have no right to disrespect their own health and dignity and that of others, especially children. Not informing humans in coffee shop well known or have the employees wearing masks, but even that is spreading to people potentially. And then not screening at the door even at all for booster shot vaccination, not screening for masks in an eating place, and children enter. Well known coffee shops, stores, restaurants, and talk converse with the parents, and no one enforcing anything on those companies' part have to do and prevent the spread for our respect of all humanity themselves. These are human illegally endangering the health and lives of children, and the parents not doing anything. Those ones that didn't, and these humans not are not doing right. So don't trust anyone if they tell you. Look online first, up to date with World Health Organization. Look up to date on the well-known sites in the world. Up to date masks, then NIOSH in the States, CSA in Canada. These are certification companies of the masks, proper ones against the virus from spreading. Against, I mean that they're the ones that certify the masks that are made properly that prevent this virus from spreading. It is the word is prevent it from spreading. It doesn't stop it from spreading. They help prevent these masks by the percentage filtration efficacy rating on it, the percentage that the virus cannot spread through the mask. These are mostly 97 to 99%. They're not 100% effective in preventing the virus from spreading through the material of the mask. And then to the side, obviously, if someone has it, will be breathers from someone else if they're less than 2 meters away, and breathe from the lungs in the droplet of this with the virus to another human or animal with a respiratory tract, with the lungs breathing organs. Breathe through the nose, sneezing, coughing. Humans with symptoms obviously have to isolate themselves. Humans, teachers have to remember this, promote this online, keep putting these on the sites, the school sites, put one of the classes oriented, depending on which teacher is teaching this, to remind every day the children, tell the parents, remind them. These are things that humans need constant reminders, have other things to do in life, but it's the job of these teachers to remind the children. These are the preventative measures. Look up every day on the main sites. Things change. There are different viruses coming up. There's already different ones that hasn't unfortunately COVID gone, COVID-19 and the different strains. It has changed forms. Is very dangerous and spreads even faster and longer distances. It has become more virulent, and these forms and humans becoming more ill. And they have to be kept up to date with this. World Health Organization, other websites, it is their job. They're not doing it. Priests, Pope, most world leaders. They did over time, most some still do, but it's still this is out of respect of the future of the children and the rest of the world. Every life affects another life. They have to continuously, even more, do the part because humans have become lazy, some negligent, some stupid beyond words. promoting that the virus is gone. The Pope not wearing a mask. Don't trust Pope Francis at all. This is truth I speak. World leaders finally start wearing masks and not. These humans are know that million people and are looking up to them online, Twitter every day. Go on the news and have to do a good example, and all teachers too, to wear a mask. If they're in a mentioning something, teaching a lecture, if they have someone near them, make sure they stay 2 meters away. Set a good example for the children. Put a mask on. The ministers, priests, if they educate a child, if you leave them in the care of someone, just because they are smiling and like children, doesn't mean they're gonna think and make sure that they're gonna do a good job and prevent the spread to them. They themselves have to be reminded, maybe. This has to be done at all times. So, everyone, please listen to every word. Share this video. This is a video that hasn't been put out by all world leaders and Pope, unfortunately, and other children services, other Catholic school boards, other religious different school boards, other boards of public schools, any religious organizations as well under God that deal with children, a lot of medical facilities too that have children there. This is unfortunate. These are really employed humans that actually studied for the years elementary built on high school geared toward this job to teach children, to respect children. No, they studied the additional college, 4 years invested in work, a lot of them poor and paid off these studies, geared specifically to respect the health and lives of other little humans, to teach them to mold their minds in essence, to respect them, to set good moral examples to them, to wear masks that they have no to wear in front of children, to think of these, remember the preventative measures, to remind them, the parents, to keep doing this as long as needed, years even, while the pandemic is going on. They haven't been doing this. 100 million people suffer and lost, especially lives, the children. Animals, loved ones lost, have children lost and crying, a dog, puppy, they do have a soul, lives to respect it, and see a child not there taking care of them anymore. This is not a second. Humans have emotional responses. Children lost the parents or orphaned. Million seconds don't have parents. Parents lost the children, suffering, crying, emotionally strained. They cared enough in the womb for 9 months, then lost the child because the teacher's negligence and our parents not taking care of them to think not to send them to school. As I stated, human health is to be respected. Everyone remember that as they know how you want to be treated, think of it this way. If you want to be healthy and happy, when you're healthy, then you're happy. You can accomplish. If you're not healthy and have a virus 2 weeks and die, respiratory breathing problems, you don't want this to happen. You're obviously, as a teacher, principal, a parent, not allowed to do by your job description, and the parents are not allowed to neglect this and endanger the lives of the children by taking them to schools, not closing the school doors, the church doors, nurseries, preschools, universities, colleges. By law, as I stated, under God, and as well those is it judged every religious or not, no, by the respect of Jesus Christ. Everyone knows to morally the right are judged on earth right away. They know right from wrong and are responsible for another life to take care of, and thousands in a school, and to not close the doors are doing a big wrong and spreading this potentially to the world and suffer, make 2,000 students there with the virus. Other lives lost and the parents and it spreads and humans die. The hospitals are over there. And these people did a lot of effort. These are information even online. No one's putting most in students to keep up that is easy to find. There's some one or two humans that I put a doctor that I found online on this. I put on my Angelica Jacella Earth Angel site. I subscribed and put it there on the for the purpose to help others. These humans actually care. Doctors summarizing what's going on in the world about the viruses. So please to them. These are I found credible doctors that care and actually up to date looking up information and doing best they can to inform humans. You can share these to humans. I studied 4 years honors Bachelor Science of Life Sciences and Christian Studies, the history of Catholic education in Ontario, and other long year courses at university level, high school. I'm well rounded in different fields. I human know about all medical research, so I know in the world that and what is going on, seen online. Follow up on modern day, everyone recently posting humans that follow what's going on in the world, what the world leaders are doing, and the Pope on Twitter. They have the billion followers. It's easy to see there what's they're going doing their part on the world or not, on the news, and the teachers, board members, all job descriptions, most hired, but not all doing their jobs entirely, and needlessly lives suffered, and mostly children. They have to live, keep in mind, and if parents lost lives, then they have no one to take care of them. 100 million seconds in cold. No food and starving, hungry even after an hour, no one meal, and drinks, and then they don't deserve to be disrespected this way and can't. No one has the right to sin against a child when they know the parent and in job descriptions of caregivers and preschools, all different schools, teachers, professors, ministers, priests, different religions, rabbis, entrusted into the care of children. When the teachers have to do their job and their job description under God, and as I stated, and be good role models, educators for the children, and to respect their health and dignity, and don't, they have no right to do. And they result in a child suffering coronavirus or even coming to school with common and when it was too cold and could clearly close the doors and too warm temperatures inform the parents didn't do, then these humans are they have no not to and no right to sin against another life. They could have prevented and are trained. They studied for and according by law and under God, no, to respect this, and Jesus to morally do right, to respect the lives of these children, to inform the parents to close the doors of the schools that are closed, rather, and to stay home as long as the pandemics are going on, out of respect of themselves, the children's health and lives, and to prevent it from spreading to animals, to other children, to the world as best they can. This is essentially crunch time. All humans have to act, really step up what they're doing in their jobs or be fired. They give their paycheck to someone who really cares and they will do their entire job. Care to prevent the spread of this horrible virus and variant strains. It cannot be neglected as been in previous years. And restrictions were lifted and we're not wearing masks. Some people returned to schools. This is not allowed. Just because the restrictions lifted, these people who lifted the restrictions are beyond doing morally wrong and cannot do their job. They endangered and made humans millions suffer and put got the virus and died. These humans have criminal charges against them. They didn't do their job to respect human life and dignity and that of humans and whoever they employed. That they knew it swore an oath under God and by law when they were employed stated that they were telling the truth to the employer that they were gonna care and make sure that they did their job and work with the humans and the people that they work with and employ to do their job properly and respect this, but they didn't. There are bioethics boards, as I stated, entirely not doing their job in the world either. It is not allowable. Millions suffered and died. They are morally responsible for human lives suffering and dying. They don't get away with it rather under God and by law, but humans didn't follow, press charges as soon as possible. And these humans, well, depending on which job they didn't entirely do in their job description, and humans suffered and died, have criminal charges of human illegal torture against their free will of choice, humans harmed, bodily, brain, physical health failed harm, and these humans by law are punishable by imprisonment. They have to have their paychecks taken away and had hire someone who will actually do that job in that description and love people would love to do job and as I stated needed mostly for shelter to work in itself and actually do their job and millions will not suffer. They will respect the health and lives of those people, mostly children. These are humans not taking this into account, so I stated to enforce to remind humans that every job has a by law on earth and under God, and respect of Jesus, nothing sin does wrong out of respect of Jesus as well. All humans' religions are not no, and all job descriptions. A human has to morally do right, they're judged on the earth right away. It is recorded in every brain, thought, human mind, action, physicality, if they do right or wrong. No one gets away with it under God on earth. When they die, they're assessed if they really did wrong, no, not to, and then died. Then they are assessed and asked, "What did you do right or wrong? Why are you here?" Someone is stated that they go to hell. They're first asked before they enter, "What did you know you knew to do right in your job? You swore to God that you were going to help children, but you didn't. You didn't rectify, or they did something on earth, or they did something morally wrong they knew not to, under God and by law, resulted in someone harmed. They didn't fix it on earth, rectify it, ask for forgiveness, turn in the paycheck. What did you do?" No one is put in hell if they didn't. They are asked first. Everyone knows on earth what is right from wrong. Everyone knows employer's job to hire proper teachers, proper principals, proper priests, ministers, those that are going to take care of children, especially each class, mostly in a school, basically has 30 students. And then it's children walking from one class to another in the hallway with 100 students in high school, going from one class to another in minutes. This is not 2 meters away. These are 100 students every hour. There's a different class going, especially in high schools, and walking in the hallways with not 2 meters away, with even masks or not. I wasn't there, but who knows? Maybe they couldn't, they didn't have. Teachers might have followed up or not. But even with 2 meters away, they couldn't be in the school. They just breathe the air on the side of the masks. Even if 3 or 4 booster shot vaccinated, they might have spread and got a fifth different strain of it or a different one and be ill. They're not immune. They are not vaccinated against different strains, even if they have 3 or 4 booster shots. The children, the teachers, janitors, the secretaries, the principals, all humans, all the professors, every elementary school, high school teacher that applies, every human, the parents, all humans, animals, even if an animal has 3 or 4 booster shot vaccinated, every animal, there are different species. There might not be a vaccine. Humans have pets. There's no vaccines for the new variant, the different mutant strains, which have worse symptoms than the other first virus, that the coronavirus rather had symptoms of. Everyone, please do your part in the world. Please share this video and protect it. This has been neglected. This and other ones I made specifically for different job titles. For everyone to please remember this and spread to million people in the world. This is, as I stated, this virus has been on earth too long. People neglecting things. Don't trust humans within means with your own health and life. Think first what is best for your own health and life. You cannot heal it. If it is not safe for you, obviously it's too cold and don't even travel, or too warm. If a child is going to be in danger life, then think of it as better to stay home. Their health is more important. Education, they can always learn something when they need it. If they need to rest, make sure they rest first. Make sure they're well fed with nutrients. They are growing new cells. Keep in mind, everyone, remember, teachers too. Remember, children have to sleep, stay home, or rested. They are growing new cells, new brain cells, organs. They have to rest. It takes a lot of strain on a human physicality, a child, when they're growing. And throughout the years, a toddler, since a baby, then through the teen years to an adult, building entirely new cells and have to rest. Have the world too warm, too cold, as I stated, and humans need normal temperature 36.6 degrees for the brain and body to function. It is safer and best interest of children to stay home where it's warm and safe versus going outside, getting up too early, and going to a school where the viruses might spread and on the way. And it doesn't, no one is out of respect of their own lives and others. Every life affects another. No one has the right. They have to morally do right and educate children as early on and keep reminding them, all teachers online, principals as needed every day. Just because they remind them one day in a class doesn't mean they might not think of it the next day. Children need reminders as if parents and a million people, humans still adults in themselves, haven't wrote down a note and taken with them. I summarized some pins and I put on Pinterest, free for humans to download or look up. To summarize this: dignity, to respect, and don't make your paycheck, especially humans working with children. They studied the 4 years, your mother helped you learn, was carried in existence into existence. You have to respect out of your mother and the lives of the health of you and dignity of a valuable life of God every human has to be respected and by law on the earth, human health and rights and free will of choice of all humans of all races, especially to respect the lives. You're gonna think to respect of other children, to teach them as properly as you can and remind them of these preventative measures to prevent the spread of this virus and variant strains. Keep up to date with what's going on in the world. The teachers have to do as I stated, principals keep doing it every day. Look online, the main World Health Organization or another medical credible online site that you deem proper. If not, I can know, then ask someone that's medically qualified, a doctor, which they believe is a credible site with not misinformation. There are other sites that are even World Health Organization as well. Keep in mind that are putting some, most they do their job best they can what's going on with the viruses, but they still have some wordy words and an easy to find information on their sites. I summarized what I could best find. I put some other videos together about coronavirus prevented spread, what I seen in world, with other humans and the Pope neglecting and world leaders to keep putting this. I told put online. Someone please share. They have the million viewers. Put a link there, and then that's what is the intent is to prevent the spread of this virus. Well, they didn't do their job, but I suffered seeing. Then I choose this for all humans to help and act now. Every second counts. Save what's ever left of humanity. Save what's ever left of the children that don't have the virus, the animals that don't have vaccines for it. Save their life and health by you doing merciful acts of kindness, compassion within your heart and soul. Religious or not, to selflessly help prevent the spread at all costs. It will not leave the earth unless it's prevented from spreading. Proper sanitizing, even remember this. Sanitizers even sanitize the areas. Do not kill entirely all the virus. Whoever made these hand sanitizers, please, and I don't know, whoever has contact information, as medical staff, doctors, to have they know more contacts with higher boards, ethics boards, research facilities. Teachers can ask them have to do in the respect of their own life. They're going to work with children, other humans, whoever has the more contact, higher level offices. Tell them to find what are the proper ways to kill a virus without it being toxic to humans. To keep in mind, put these words online: sanitizers, hand sanitizers do not kill the entire virus. They're still left on surfaces, on hands, packaging. It has been spread to the world. Humans wash their hands as stated, but there's pins people made, but not enforcing to put online the main sites. Even look that some people cared and take theirs. What they did is mainly this one site, Pinterest, the credible ones, not misinformation. All the World Health Organization didn't do this job. So look at this kind-hearted humans seeing people suffering. Take the pins and teachers, what you deem as proper, the not misinformation in mind, and put these little pins on your education sites, on your courses, and keep putting them there every day as long as the pandemic goes on. It is your job. You are supposed to do this and keep informing the children, these humans, the parents, and keep putting on your courses. The professors, all college teachers, all instructors in seminaries of religious and different studies, elementary school teachers, high school teachers, professors. None of these have been really doing this online. Some have, but then early on in the 4 years, it's been a long time, but even though now is more crunch time. These most people have been, as I stated, done beyond wrong in world and lifted restrictions. This virus mutated and spread needlessly. If they continue to do their part in forming children, parents, and close the schools and all worship places, then it wouldn't have spread as much and mutated, changed forms. So it is really humans have to really right now do their part. Those in the job descriptions, teachers, university professors, if you're not going to do your job and you affect thousands of students, one teacher per class per se is at 30 students. The university classes may be bigger, college online are these days. Remember the doors closed to the schools. Never open them. Respect your own health. Think if you don't want to get the virus, a child definitely doesn't. In your job description, that way you have to think of first. Their health life is important. If they're gonna spread it to one human, they might spread it to others and then become ill. There are no cures. Then it spread to dogs, animals, anything with respiratory tracts. Bunnies needlessly suffer, don't know how to get medical care. There are no vaccines. You have no right to endanger any other life, and you know this. So think through first every human and teach these things to the children to put online these specific words. Keep posting it. If you act now, you have a spread it in million children see every day. First thing to teach them in each class, even. These are look up online in the morning. Every teacher obligated, every priest, every job description, medical, world leaders, pope. Whoever knows any other people, board members push the issue, tell them to follow up with this too. The more people informed that what is going on, as stated in the video, then will be still prevent the spread more, and not these stupid people that are beyond wrong, telling and lifting restrictions, and even other sports teams don't look up to them. NHL are not wearing masks. The virus is not gone. These humans are supposed to be a good moral example. A million children tune in and look up to these people are not setting a good example in all the professional sports. They cannot make their paycheck and misinform children this way and all humans. And then they might get the virus and endanger their lives. Are obviously not caring enough to respect their own lives. They're definitely not building a good moral role model as they know they have to for million viewers. Millions humans that support these teams and views. So everyone keep in mind to think of your own health. Keep wearing the mask as long as needed. It is potentially for months, years as well still. It is not gone from the world and will never leave unless everyone keeps wearing a mask and stay 2 meters away and keep it best distance apart even when breathing. Eat food, don't share it. Drinks, keep telling the children, all teachers, the principals, the board enforce this. Watch the videos many times needed. This is what you were supposed to be doing. You studied your years, respect your mother and helped you learn throughout the years. Other people that help funding for your courses studied for to become principals, teachers. Respect them too. You studied in long studies, no, to help children. Respect their health and dignity and by law and under God and your own health and dignity, how you want to be treated, how you want your children to be respected, to close the doors. You want to be informed if your children are going to go to a school with and might get the virus on the way. You don't want that to happen. So think of it this way for other humans. Tell the other teachers to put online in their online courses. All the school board members on a TV shows, tell them, call them, make a simple phone call. CBC News per se in Canada, CTV News. If anything you see is going on in the world, say a school not closed or something, put them to put on TV shows. A million people tune in every depending what time on the everyday news, and they will put it online and gladly do. Make sure they do to inform 100 million people that some of the schools need to be closed. Some boards not acting. That's one way. Contact the board itself. They have to act under God by law. They have to close the doors. They cannot endanger human lives. They are trained, studied, and asked if they're gonna make sure that they close the doors if there's a pandemic. If they don't, they cannot do this. They cannot endanger their life and other humans. They have no right to do. It is illegal if they do this. Filed the criminal charges when by proper laws, file the complaints, get rid of these humans right away. Then they had people, as I stated, would love and to help children. Or this is a very competitive field of teachers. A lot of students study years but don't get the job. They only select a few, and while they're working, other humans would love to do this job and actually would do a good job and care, but not doing. And there's a negligent working there and endangering needlessly lives of children can't. It is not allowable. They have no right to disrespect their own health and lives, and especially not of other children's lives. No human does. And don't get away with it under God, but has to be done on earth, humans to act. And parents still have to keep in mind you cared for the children, And you don't want them to suffer cold, so think first. They have to grow at home, be warm and safe. Educate them what they need. Teachers have online resources, find the best ones. What is most beneficial to their health and life, what they're going to use in the future. For example, separately biblical dated wordings useless, make sure they don't learn it. Don't strain their heart and you're poor and give them food and you work hard to do, and then they're going to learn some useless information writing into the past tests. They don't need to learn, then don't teach them this, especially COVID times. They can't see as many teachers for different courses. Then teach them what is in essence they needed, and again, if they ask them what they're somewhat good at, if they want to learn a certain field to study in future, then orient their studies toward this certain business they're good at or life sciences, basic human nutrition, educate them about, find teacher resources online for this, gear more towards this, and early on children will learn this versus useless other things that they don't need to learn, as I myself learned it from experience when in cold traveled, when in no COVID in itself, but studied. And it is useless certain things force the brain, to poor child to learn. And the teacher's not always respecting who's teaching this, but clearly know that a child suffer learning something hard but never use it in life, strain their heart and health, and neglected the children health this way. Humans have to parents look at the curriculum and say, is this useful to their health and life? If not, then I'm gonna waste my child's time there. They have one life to live and strain when they're growing. The brain takes a lot of calories. And they are growing too. It is more beneficial to rest and teach them something they need and remind them throughout the years and online courses now and classes while COVID and pandemic times. Monkeypox, keep in mind, is another virus. There are some people vaccinated with some vaccines for saying smallpox for this, but they might need different ones. The humans have to educate themselves and have children and look on the sites every day. Not every human is doing, almost no one. A few people follow up on this that know about this. That's why it needs to be spread. This information and video is now made and easily at least listen humans can listen to and listen to every word and spread this information, even the video, for them to listen. A simple click on a link, share it to someone, and they view it. And it'll save then another teacher informed 2 million students, the other board members, and the trustees. And then right away, even 1 second, 1 day, a few minutes taken, human doing, acting, will inform people, say, thanks for letting me know. We're going to look into this teacher, we'll close the doors. And 100 million people will not suffer. Ill health, children will not suffer going there to these schools and endanger the lives of pets and animals themselves will not suffer 2 weeks and die. The virus will stop spreading, stop mutating, stop changing forms, and it will hopefully be gone from the world sooner than better. If not, as I stated, what's going to happen, all go downhill. Everyone's suffering, children will never socialize, never go to gym class. Everyone will be sad, everyone will be ill, worse than before. The virus keeps changing, no vaccines, the job industry, all economy go down, everyone poor, homeless, and freezing to death in half the world and half the world too hot. And no one wants this to happen, but that's where it's getting to already. And everyone has to be intelligent about their own health and wear the mask all times as needed. And be safe and don't travel anywhere unless you need, where there's going to be other people there. Don't trust and as stated anyone in any job description, no matter how they're smiling. Think of your own health and the respect of your own children. If it's the human's not gonna act in any job title, even a doctor, there are negligent ones smiling, making paychecks and cannot do. By law under God, there are filing complaint departments to follow up on to do. There are laws legally, they cannot do this. Then entrust your children to a doctor, a caregiver, general practitioner, psychiatrist. Keep in mind these are many medically negligent ones. Always assess, even get a second opinion. These humans not always do the right job in the best interest of humanity. Unfortunately, I know from years of experience. That's what I'm saying. Carefully assess if that being educated. If you need another opinion, you have the right to do. And children, go to another emergency room. Go see another doctor when safe, call online, look up online. That is in the all good, essentially Google or some main search engine. Type in up to date, even put in words credible. There's some research papers or something online to find if you need to. information about COVID research up to date. Those doctors I put online are doing best they can that I found, and I do my own research that they did is the correct information best they can about research going on about COVID, how to help it, even the immune system. They found in hospitals and others giving vitamin D to help the immune system in the body in a million ways in the brain. The black seeds to be given helps a human. These ones have antibacterial, antiviral properties, help a human. They decrease the mortality rate. These black seeds in the world, to find proper ones, ask a medical doctor. There are other things humans have researched, so can it is the job of the World Health Organization. They're not always doing the job. The other medical staff, doctors, some learn about this, but not doing their job to educate others, especially children. As I mentioned, to learn yourself this information, teachers, and put on your courses. Children right to know this. There's so many viruses that they right to have their and they're growing new cells in the immune system that is used to fight off best they can certain virus, bacteria foreign to their body. But the ones without the vaccines, the human cannot fight off. A vaccine is a sample of, say, a certain virus, exact form of it, the X has a shape known to it. The body learns when injected to as a sample and then senses it and finds makes antibodies that it can so it can kill this virus so it can fight it off. When a human gets a vaccine, for example, the mRNA ones is not an exact exam. This is not a real life sample as it used to be of the coronavirus or variant strain. Most people more got ill from that. It is a mRNA injected vaccine with some other basic ingredients too. Keep in mind, some people are allergic to this. To avoid this, there are different brands of it. There's Moderna, the main well-known, the best one that I know of. Pfizer, these ones for the children. Some to the some ingredients that we might be less causing allergies to allergic reactions rather to some people are allergic to these substances. Have to look this up too. Inform the children what is up to date. Teachers have to do this. Professors, all the elementary, high school, university teachers, priests, ministers, anyone especially dealing with, they're always doing, remember, every job hired, they're going to deal with humans. They know this. But to remind these people, they're dealing with a potentially 100 parishioners, the ministers, and affect children coming to the schools. Now that online have to be. The teachers deal with potentially 30 students in each class. That's a lot of children minds. They tell each time about this information, then will spread these children will tell and stay act to tell others when it's safe. Vitamin D is gotten from the sun when it's safe to do, helps the immune system fight off things. The black seeds, as I stated, other helpful things, information, vitamin C. These are this is an antioxidant along with A and E. These are vitamin C helps humans to become less ill. These things, even few things, are not being told to children. These are more important to teach basic human nutrition and anatomy, physiology, and children growing to say you're tired, you're resting, stay home is more important. They're growing. Remember that the minds, the brain is growing, is learning new things, is learning to walk. The body itself is growing. It doesn't need to be strained and go to school when it's too cold. It is not a word the health risk to danger their lives to spread the virus to them or anyone else. These things were the main things that the teachers are trained and have to, but haven't been thinking first, and parents, almost all of them. A lot to do care. Think of this, obviously, they're raising children, growing are there, obviously have to feed them all the time, resting, and when they entrust these children to the teachers, to their care, but always not following up. They do their job and they presume that the teachers they assess are doing right, they're gonna care for the children and the best interest act in their health. But obviously, if they tell that they're gonna not close the doors, then obviously the teacher is not acting in best interest of the child's health and not respecting their own life and health. And principals, as I stated, elementary, high school, university teachers have to close doors. All public buildings where there's going to be more than one human is obviously a concern for spreading it, even with a mask, even if 3, 4 booster shot vaccinated. There's no vaccines for another strain. Even with masks, as I stated, remember that's why it's important. I'm saying again, A reminder this to tell the students, put on each side every time of classes. Certain ones, especially teachers dealing with health concern classes. Make a one site for this in the board and put it on every teacher a little information link on the website, the courses, so they can access the most information up to date every day, credible, not misinformation about the most recent strains of COVID variant strains that is changed form. This basic information that I stated on this video that I've summarized that I've seen in the world best to my reasoning abilities with my honored bachelor in life sciences and religious studies, and I know all the different things about genetics and different bioethics laws, moral laws, and what's going on in the world that I've seen online and on resources, on the news, seen lived and through experience for many years. I summarize this into this video to save what's ever left of the children, health, humans, every job to do and morally right under God what their job is to deal with other humans fairly. Respect dignity and health. If not, then don't do your job. Turn yourself in. If you morally did wrong, fix it on earth. Apologize to victims. Ask their forgiveness. Turn your page again to the victims. If you morally did wrong criminal charges, let them know. They have a right to be filed against you. You cannot disrespect the health and lives of children. You cannot open buildings when it's going to be a risk to endanger and spread the virus to a million people. And it knows it is not a virus that is one has a vaccine even that only and it will never change forms. This spreads and changes all the time, especially in cold spreads faster. These key things no one is telling anymore. Yeah, some people did. But even the World Health Organization, they haven't done their job entirely. Whoever's contact information, teachers in this have rights to tell hire someone who cares. Keep pushing the issue. Put these online. Some pins I put for respect of human dignity of about COVID, to wear the mask, respect you have to respect your own life and do a good moral example, wear a mask. And see other children to set a good example so they wear a mask. Every your actions keep in mind other humans see. People think if you have a mask, oh, we have to wear a mask. The virus is still going on. If humans don't see anyone wearing a mask and children what they need to the teachers, they cannot do this. The teachers and not wear a mask. They affect another life of a child. And parents might not wear a mask inform someone the wrong way. They're misinformed. They get the wrong example and can be done. And this has been going on, unfortunately, for years. So, to save whatever's left of humanity in children, health, and lives, and animals, and to really is crunch time, as I stated. Unfortunately, this has been going on too long and mutated because people becoming some lazy and not doing their part, and especially teachers, ministers. As I stated, never take a child. There's no class trips allowed with the groups of children. They can't be 2 meters away, even with mask. They have to stay home away from other children, save their lives and health. No walking children in lines. Especially they have to stay really 2 meters away with masks, but they're going to be walking. Keep in mind they're breathing in oxygen, CO2, breathing out, then inhaling in the mask. Don't overexert a child. It's safer for them to stay home, especially the really young children. It's not worth going to elementary school. Their lives are suffering there with mass breathing on the way, and not even teachers to keep in mind they're breathing in and out, and then breathing in CO2 becomes poisonous. Any air that they breathe out is still CO2 when breathed in and out, and after stays on the mask and breathe in and out, and not oxygen when there's no mask. When they're even basically walking, the children, the teachers, all humans, the parents to remind them and on sites to put this. The humans they are breathing in the CO2 that they already exhaled that the body used, released with a carbon added to the oxygen CO2, and then breathe it in and it becomes poisonous carbonic acid. Then it builds up in the body and the human becomes ill. They don't have enough oxygen and essentially poison themselves. It goes to the bloodstream, to the brain, and human becomes ill. They don't have enough oxygen and poisoned. Simply by even breathing in the same still, and then the mask is blocking the CO2 entirely from leaving after they breathe out. That's only the sides of the mask, and humans are suffocating themselves, so they have to like move the mask a little bit, so it's better for children to not walk with masks near other children and stay home. The parents, if they're going to work somewhere, then find a way to find a place with less students, really 2 meters away, properly really cleaned. Is probably even safer with to wash with soap and water. Make sure it's washed properly, and then taking that water, wipe down one direction only, and wipe the whatever's on the surface down, wash down the drain. Versus sanitizers used that don't kill entirely the viruses or bacterias. Remember that viruses and bacteria are two different things. Humans have antibiotics used, but they work only for bacteria. They do not work against viruses. So there's only vaccines to help with the certain strains injected into the muscle mRNA that I deem safe, but that's only the research that I've done and I've seen in the world in the long run to best of my reasoning ability with my life science degree that I learned and other research done that I deem, but keep in mind everyone has their own rights to opinions. This is what I deem that, and I got the mRNA vaccine is safe enough to get, but that's based on the most recent and the research in the world. I didn't really have any side effects. It is not an actual sample of the virus or a variant strain, the exact one. This is an mRNA copy, a version of it that is put there and is less causes less symptoms in human, but it still needs to have antibodies made, especially the first 2 week after injected. Most people like myself get a mild aches where the injection site is in the muscle, and then I never really got any symptoms past that. But then everyone else is different. Some people get allergic reactions to different of the substances that are in addition to what the actual vaccine is. The vaccine itself then makes this body senses it and makes reacting to the copy version, mRNA version of this coronavirus, the exact strain of it. It is not the actual coronavirus that the sample gave used to humans first, or a dead version of it, a little bit of it, so the body senses it, and where most humans became really somewhat ill with this, but the body then learned to fight off what this virus was, and then would fight it off if they ever got the virus. After they got the vaccine, then the body knows how to fight off it before they got the symptoms of it, so they won't get the respiratory breathing problems, aches, symptoms of it. That is the purpose of the vaccines. The mRNA ones are said to be safer on a genetic level. Say mRNA is a very serious subject, but that the reasoning best of my reasoning ability that it is safe, but and all research is done over years. But for those that obviously and humans have free will of choice, including children and rights to be educated yourself first. Keep in mind what I say happened now, but a second from now there could be other research done and have a better opinion, a more information already done in a lab and based on other humans that chose to consent to have research done to on them to see what's best and for their health and others, to keep looking online, type in any credible search engine, most research up to date information about research done on COVID, variant strains, vaccines, preventative measures, World Health Organization, other one main ones. And if you find one that's proper, ask a doctor to follow up if you're not medically inclined per se, and they will inform you if this is proper medical information. Then inform other people. You have to keep up to date. This has been changing all the time. These viruses change. There are different strains. They change the shape of it. Then they can't already. Then the body doesn't know how to put antibodies to fight it off. These are things that haven't been told to children, teachers, and had to be done. And everyone knows and pushed the issue over the years, but people have neglected over the years most and not keep following. It's been hard on people, but they have to keep doing. Unfortunately, spreading at children lives are lost, animals and parents. So everyone, save whatever left of the children on the earth, They have to still live 100 years since the born. They have a right to be respected and have a good role model by those that even studied, and their mother, as I stated, cared and loved into the existence 9 months in womb to be perfect health, to raise them to have a proper child. So then parents have to care as well to make sure informed if to care for the health after they leave the womb, to make sure that the teachers that they have entrust to the care of these children, if they're going to act in their best interest of their health and dignity lives, to educate them properly, not wasting the time teaching them useless things, burning calories when you're poor. They're going to burn when they're learning. The brains need to learn something more beneficial, as I stated, to their health. Basic human nutrition taught early on, basic math, any skills they need. Ask them what job they are interested in to help them with this. Other useless courses needed, political, some basic Canadian studies, things online that is useless to memorize, that they really don't need anymore if they're still teaching these things. Old Testament useless. If it's a partial sentence, don't teach it. There's a common sense on the part of the instructors. Teachers need to fix these curriculums. This has been done some over years, but not entirely. There are a lot of stores, books that sell beyond misinformation, and a human was looking for basic children books, anatomy. They're stating that these are best curriculum. Mathematics, science books are beyond disrespectful of a human brain. Even on a university level, can read this as for the intent of a child learning this is almost impossible. And I can't even read this after studying university. And these are no way a child can learn this, but there are millions of books sold. They say these are the approved from the curriculums in Ontario. This is, if they are, this is what they are. This is not teaching children. This is harming the brain. It doesn't teach them easily anything. These are humans' brains strained severely and can't figure it out. Even what a human universally learned at a child level is not explained easily and then not taught properly in any way. It is to be avoided and got rid of all of these books. So humans have to teachers and do this their job. If they see this, go in the stores. Whoever, as I'm stating, I've seen in the world and the concerned human. The respect of children lives. Human has the right and teachers and their job description by law and under God cannot make their paycheck. If they're not gonna look into this, especially if it's part of the curriculum that they need to are teaching going to teach in schools, it is their job to assess a child if it's easy for them to learn, if it's useful to their life. If not, then don't teach it. They cannot harm a child teaching some useless information, wasting their time. No human has a right to waste the life of a child's time and any other life. They have one life to live. To harm them and easily the brain suffering while they're growing, to teach them things that they will never use in life, to purpose to write a test to pass to the next grade. I left 3 years of different useless certain college material that meant in elementary, high school for years, and know that this is I even walked in cold too long, temperatures got ill, and by the time sleeping in the classes, almost too tired, burn the calories, and then have to learn things that strain the brain, organs, human child porter saying I have to learn this to get best grades, suffering there, saying but they don't even need it. But they weren't told this, that they're learning that it is at certain some other things, some history, this. Not all children, no one needs to learn history, is over with. Humans need to learn what is in present beneficial. That's why I'm saying, especially during pandemic times, they can't go to all the classes. The children have to learn basically what is going on in modern day. If there was something in the past that the teachers know beneficial that happened that resulted, and humans have to know toward the future is beneficial to summarize this. Maybe a short history, but is helpful to what is something useful knowledge. If it's not useful and misinformation, obviously don't strain a human child that's growing, to keep in mind, and harm the brain of a and parents working hard or poor to give them food and then feed them of calories and burned, learning and straining the hard nervous system to remember useless, harmful to health. It is harming a child to learn some useless information. Think first about what you want to learn is beneficial, that you would want your child to learn for their life. If they're not going to use it, you're not allowed to teach it to another child. Respect their health and life. You have no right to waste their time with useless information to strain their brain. You have to, these are exact words, to respect their health. Then keep in mind, everyone is working essentially to survive. Canada states, every country, they basically work the parents to survive, to have money for basic shelter and food, for the children to have basic food necessities. That's all they work for. Most people can barely afford this. When take children to school, to make sure to even save the money, gas, tell them that is closed doors. Out of respect of children, everyone's life during pandemic times, don't spend the money taking gas and driving to school. Save the environment. No, the save the health and lives of the children, and respect their lives and health as you want to be respected, and by your job description, under God and by law. If you're not gonna do it, resign. Give your paycheck. That is, someone will do their job and need for money, food, even might have children, to give them shelter, provide proper basic necessities of life. Always think of how you want to be treated with basic necessities of life, to respect your health, your free will of choice, your human dignity, a valuable life. If everyone has a God in them, to respect it by all other humans, religious or not. Their brains, the minds, to keep in mind is all the time. Children growing, teach them what's needed at proper age. Make sure they're well rested first. If they're not, make sure they have a break. The human have to have a well-rested body and brain to learn anything. If they already travel to cold is not beneficial during COVID times, they obviously cannot learn anything. They already suffered, have a cold on the way, maybe virus. It is not beneficial for children to travel in too cold to warm to go to a school. COVID times, definitely not. Then the human has to is suffering. If a higher fever has to be the body raised higher than normal temperatures, already harms the brain, nervous system, and then children has to be rehydrated and hopefully it kills the virus, the common cold in itself. If a human body temperature of a child drops too low, they might get a viral infection as a cold sore on their lip is bleeding and in pain for days, need another some topical ointment. This is another chemical, but it helps heal it. But no one wants any use any medication, be ill in first place, and that's needed. The body itself, the child, it needs is growing to grow new cells, especially till adult age. Even teenagers always growing. First need to sleep enough and be well rested, well fed, safe at home. This is what the teachers are supposed to teach. To think first. That's what they're trained to do. They studied long studies, as I stated, 4 years. And the high school geared toward this is 100 million hours of travels and going to study to respect children, what is beneficial for them to learn, how to teach them this, respect their health and lives, their dignity, that they're gonna be the future of the world, teach them something beneficial to their life and health. First, don't teach other courses simply because there's a curriculum there and so that you have a paycheck. This is millions teachers hired there but not doing their job. They go and teach this, but the children suffering there. So you could, okay, everyone take a break. The brain it has to rest. The human cannot function without rest. When human myself going to cold, walking there in different places to warm, then I going to school running, get try to get there on time in the morning. Then sitting there already past exhaustion, burned calories and nothing to eat first. And long hours, human getting hungry. The children have to eat already, burn calories when on the way there. And especially during COVID times, they can't open the cafeterias. These are public places. Everything has to be closed. They cannot spread the virus and don't want to. The teachers, principals, other professors, elementary, high school, universities, nurseries, other schools of colleges for other courses for nursing staff. Keep in mind they're going to deal with other humans and children in their jobs as patients. Medical staff, schools, they're all different kinds. Physiology, specialized fields, practical nurses, psychiatrists, gonna deal with the brain, mental health of patients and physical health, teaching these students. Keep in mind that they have to set a good umbrella under God for sure. They swear oaths to God. Every medical doctor, especially psychiatrists, if they teach students, they have to do a proper example or they cannot make their paycheck. These are big paycheck and it is. They're always asked by employers, are you going to do your job? Most are affiliated with a well-known school, such as a university. A lot of them are head researchers, but a lot of them medically negligent, even though they smile. Some of them are making paycheck illegally. I know from experience. That's why I'm warning other people and telling them warning here. Whoever's educated these people, then whoever's an educator to keep in mind up to date COVID, make sure to do your proper job as well. By law under God, you know your sworn oath to God and tell your truth. You're saying to the employer that you're going to make a paycheck to and teach future these children of the future their minds proper and up to date. You have to give them information about COVID, practice the preventative measures yourself, enforce them, teach the students, remind them every day, close the schools, medical schools. They're obviously online now, but not all continuing this. There's even pictures of his misinformation. Do your part. Take it off the website you have access to. There are pictures, online videos of students sitting in classes, less than meter away, even with masks. This is not appropriate. These are humans are even if 3 or 4 booster shot vaccinated, doesn't mean they won't get another strain. No one knows where these traveled, and other people keep in mind are being negligent and can't. Some lifted as a state illegally restrictions. Sports teams traveling to other countries, spreading potentially the virus, have no right to do. They don't wear the mask when other teams playing with them, such as currently in NHL. This is illegal. This is beyond disrespect. They know of million viewers and children looking up that like hockey and basketball in different leagues and see these players that know that the children have to be a good role model. They cannot make their paycheck either if they're gonna be negligent and misinformed children and not wear the mask and stop playing hockey. They're not worth making $1 million to play hockey, a game, and endanger traveling are through different to other countries and teams to play hockey and to be shown on TV. This to keep informed, the virus has spread in different ways because people are being negligent making their paychecks. Other people are misinformed, especially children, millions in the world. Tune in to see hockey game, think, oh, he's not wearing a mask, I'm gonna go outside and wear not mask and play hockey with my friends. This and then the teachers have to and parents keep up with this and tell them this is look up what's going on in the world. Inform themselves best they can. They are responsible for this in their jobs to look online and TV, see what's going on and up to date with COVID, and do other their part, think of children, even file complaints to this the NHL, anyone see that they're gonna affect negatively children, millions of viewers. The children might become ill, wear a mask, not wear the mask rather, and because they see this, play sports when they can't, then everyone has to act, say whatever left of humans. The virus, as I stated, been on Earth too long. Other unfortunately viruses starting, and this is beyond not allowed. And no, there will be no way out. Everyone will be ill, get worse ill and die. Less jobs, and no one wants that to happen. So everyone do your jobs under your job description, especially those that work with children, or resign. Other people, as I stated, need their jobs. Give it to them. They need the money to survive. And then they will care for the children as well and actually do their job and care and prevent the spread to the children and everyone and do their job online, educate them what they need and actually need to use the money by law for something right to educate with their job they're trained to help children, to teach them properly, to prevent the spread of coronavirus themselves, respect their health and life as a good role model to the children, to the parents, inform the parents, ministers, the principal, all of them to do their proper job in the world, and if not, to can make their paycheck and to harm anyone. No one has the right to use their paycheck to harm another life. These paychecks are made for a human job that care and are hired. Others would love. Keep in mind, is very competitive fields for teachers, doctors, staff, teaching students. Those people need the jobs to have funding for house. This but not done, and people that are negligent still working need to be fired. Then right away, million they hire a nice teacher that looks up everyday COVID. Like I said, put this video online. Even children can watch this, informed many rather different things that I've seen in the world, so others don't suffer this. They need this information. It hasn't been put online by the Pope. Main is a human representative on earth. His job, the world leaders, the World Health Organization. They did some over the years, some not. This is to make sure all no children no more suffer, prevent at all costs. Everyone does their part. The virus will die out, less spread, and then it will be gone. Hopefully sooner. And then children will be happy, will be socializing again after it's gone. Hopefully, months, not even months, but less than years. Who knows how long? If they spread it, it will be die out and gone. But not yet. So have to act now to make sure this prevent it from spreading. Everyone do their jobs. If they're not, hire. If tell them by law under God, you swore oath. You told the employer that you're gonna help children. You're not. You don't even respect your own health. Not closing the school. You can't do your job. Fix it and return your paycheck in. And resign. Hire someone else. Everyone look it into about the laws and under God. No one gets away with under God, but on earth, people have a file complaint and act to the parents. Parents have to consider too. Is your obligation? You cared, said you wanted children. You're obligated to raise them as best you can till especially adult age as long as they need. To give but a right example about preventative measures, educate yourself about proper teachers, what their job is. If they're not going to do it, don't put your children into their care. Even some play schools, there's these schools where the teachers, where the parents rather leave the children there when they go to work. These people have best interest, but some not are not closed, haven't closed the doors. Then it making the parents have to follow up, and these humans to care enough to make sure that if really needed and is really safe to really keep the children if needed 2 meters away or more. Make sure they're in one part of the room where circulated air away from another child. Make sure there's no like air conditioning, heating, where there's spreading the wind blowing between children, and the mask even on could spread. Even though they're 3 or 4 booster shot vaccinated, might get a different strain and spread it. These are things to consider really needed. Children 1 or 2 in building left someone under the care. Put one in one room, one another one, taken care of by someone. This will prevent it from spreading this way, even with a mask, each separately in a different room, so they're not breathing the mask off when they're eating. These things, 1 or 2, if Neiman's need obviously to work and then leave with someone they know. But already most have too many students or children in a room. This is obviously already a big warning sign that the virus might spread, children might get ill. These things that the parents have to look into, remember themselves, all job descriptions of all kinds that work with children. Little kind heart have souls, emotions, personalities. They want to be respected but need to be guided and taught, and the parents to do their part and inform themselves, educated, then do a selfless kind act of mercy, of kindness and compassion from within their heart and soul. Be a human earth angel, in essence. Help and inform the children, the teachers. The teachers inform the children. Learn this information in the video, put it online, is a selfless act by free will of choice to help someone, to inform them, to prevent their health from failing, prevent them from getting the coronavirus, different strains of it, monkeypox, virus, another respiratory causing virus ailment, rather respiratory ailment causing virus transferred from animals to humans, other humans, then the animals no one wants to get. There are no cures for any of the viruses. So everyone, please keep in mind, educate yourself, use a selfless kindness act, perform it, Every teacher that puts this video online and helps to the put to the boards about the curriculums too, what is useful, care for children growing need to be well rested and educated what they only need, care for their health respected that way, tell the parents too, in all levels, even university think if it's beneficial for them to learn, obviously, then teach it. If not, don't make them have something learned straight in the hell that actually bodily harms a human. I have no right to do, a child. They have to burn calories, most poor, even some work basic jobs cannot easily to do, to learn something. It has to be valuable to their life to learn. If they're studying toward a job, make sure it's credible information, up to date. Keep looking online. This is the job of professors, teachers. They keep in mind, not all of them do, most do, but don't, some. This is the affects a child they're teaching to do another job in medical field, business. Everything affects another life of other humans. They have to be in the up to date and what's going on in the world. Up to date research been done, up to date, and keep informing themselves about this information and teach what is most useful to the children. Leave out useless information. They know the teachers already under the job description by law and under God have to morally do right and think first. If it's useful information, teach it. If not, don't do it. It'll affect their future and the lives of their jobs of other humans that they work with, even children if they become teachers. If they become doctors, the medical staff, teachers have to put credible, really information because they're going to affect the lives of other patients and psychiatrists, students, but they haven't always done this. They affect the lives of children, and they are the future and towards the future of the whole entire world. And they have to respect their health and lives and dignity of valuable human life that they want to be respected. They want to be taught properly, useful information, and not know they know as children already parents either everyone is poor basic working to survive, minimal funding for jobs. Then they pay the children, pay money rather for food for the children, nutritious food to grow, and then they make sure the parents and teachers understand this that they're growing to teach only what's beneficial online during pandemic times. So they rest at home. Tell them this even first. Be well rested, sleep enough, 8 hours. Excuse me. Think first if it's what you need to learn at a proper time is online, accessible. Pick a time when it's easier for you to learn, when you're well rested. Had breakfast first. Then care for immune system. Coronavirus takes some supplements as needed. Addition to it, strengthen immune system. Have enough calories. You need glucose to think. The brain takes an astronomical amount of glucose to think, especially when learning, more than the rest of the body functions. This is blood sugar, and then from energy from food. Humans work hard to give to the children food and even to survive, and then it's not beneficial in children studying higher level college universities to burn calories and work themselves and then to already be hungry. And when a human is hungry, obviously don't have enough calories to help their immune system. This is COVID times. Humans have to be children well rested. Their health is more important than all humans, parents. Humans, before learning something, have to be well rested. Their body health and brain is more important. They cannot heal anything, especially viruses. They have to keep nutrient levels proper at all times, never be hungry. When a human studies, they burn so much calories, vitamins, that they become hungry almost instantly and have to eat more. These adult, everyone knows this to consider this. So teach only what is useful, especially during pandemic times. To the students, to teachers, really listen to keep this in mind. Write it down. Remember every day all the professors, university, colleges, and medical teachers of medical schools, psychiatric school teachers, dentistry, all fields, and medical schools especially, preschools, nurseries, all different schools, high schools, teachers of all kinds. You yourself to remember this, to focus and tell other humans that a human is always the cells, even normal humans after a child is growing, burn the calories, and needs during COVID times to be well rested as possibly can. Who knows what the future holds for the body to have a healthy immune system, starting with the stomach and the vitamin C, antioxidants, A and E, the main vitamin D helps. The stomach acids to be healthy, human to have enough salt, but not too much to help the stomach acid levels be normal. When the stomach acid levels are normal and a proper health, then to avoid certain foods that irritate stomach lining, to leave out caffeine out of a human diet, to tell children and humans of all ages. Anything that irritates, damages the stomach lining, especially in COVID, these are pandemic times, to keep the health of children informed and the teachers of these all times, to tell the children all fields, every class, every day, remind them. Leave out, look online. There's other research scope today done. Is your job. You're morally obligated to do to care for the health first. Assess the health of children and pandemic times every day. If you see, find something credible, tell the children and first to care for the health, the stomach and the human intestines if they have a damaged lining. Certain foods irritate the stomach more, such as tomatoes, even though it's a vegetable. The caffeine, as stated, will irritate and damage the stomach lining and intestines, and human will become ill. And if they get a virus, even common cold or a coronavirus, the immune system starts. Most of it is in the gut. Have these healthy bacteria there with the stomach and the intestines there. If it has a damaged lining, then the human has will become have this such as leaky gut. The intestine and the stomach will have holes damaged into the stomach lining, and if they get a virus, it will be go into the bloodstream and not broken down in the stomach and intestines and the further fought off by the body, and will go and humans be more ill, have more worse symptoms, and will have a weaker immune system, not able to fight it off. And the coronavirus, other unfortunately monkeypox, different viruses going on in the world, bacterias, anything that the body is foreign to the body that the body needs to fight off, and the immune system won't be strong enough. So it's best to inform, educate children all different levels, the parents, the teachers themselves, obligated morally to do. I spoke this, so please write this down. This is serious. I've seen online different medical doctors. There are videos about this to educate every student, human alive. Is not only for allergies. A lot of children and humans develop allergies for certain things because they have a damaged stomach lining. So please see this online. There's a doctor, Eric Berg, hopefully pronounce his name right, but I put as a subscriber to please view. He has some videos and other doctors there, medical ones that are up to date, and have other credible doctors. There are a few many ones, so find a doctor, ask if they are mentioning proper information. Some are not, but these happen to be that I found. The mention about the stomach lining being damaged by certain foods to avoid, to which foods to internalize to help this prevent it from happening. And then a child will be healthier and during these times to grow as they're growing new cells, as toddlers, adults, even as baby, for parents to consider to help them to tell them which foods to internalize to help a stomach acid to not be damaged the stomach lining and intestines, and which foods to avoid, and then which ones to internalize to help maintain a healthy stomach, normal acid levels, the lining, the intestines, to make sure that they're healthy as possible for their immune system, to be strong as possible, so nothing leaks when it's damaged intestines as well, stomach into the bloodstream, which is very dangerous. Humans get allergies then, inflammation, serious bodily reactions against certain things because it's not broken down. These foreign substances or allergens, which are proteins and other things, viruses, bacteria in the stomach, and it says that the body deal with and break down best they can and fight it off. Then it leak into the stomach lining when it's damaged into the bloodstream, intestines, into the blood, into the body. This is very harmful and hazardous to human health. There are no cures for this. Humans can only fast to the child to make sure eating healthy, but humans adult of all ages to remember to eat only enough what is needed. Avoid the foods in the first place. There has been research done. Is your job and teachers focus this on most of your curriculums. Basic human health nutrition first, the well-being health of your child's brain, To be well rested every day, even say, did you sleep 8 hours? Approximately. First, everyone remind them if you're well rested. Take a few seconds, say, okay, I'm gonna start the class. Did you everyone make sure you're well rested first? Did you have a breakfast to eat? Did you have enough food to eat? You have to have enough glucose for your brain to think. You need enough vitamins. These are very strained times going on. Consider, did you have enough vitamin C when you can? Did you have a vitamin D enough? Helps your overall physicality, helps with calcium bind in the bones. The children are growing. Vitamin D is beneficial to many body functions, helps the immune system a lot, especially during pandemic times. As I stated, these are simple things to inform children about nutrition and help to boost the immune system. These things are online, credible, find other, if some even did the work, at least cared. There's a lot of doctors do the job but didn't put it online, but some did put even videos summarizing things that are safe, credible, that they can assess, even but check still. For more up-to-date information, things change all the time. But for now, that I found about the research and things about fruits and vegetables and different things. The certain doctors I found put online summarized versions, really intelligent videos and care from the heart to help humans. Some are about stomach lining, preventing allergies, but prevent other things. This is beneficial to all humans, not only to prevent humans from having allergies and allergic reactions and inflammation. It helps the immune system as well in these virus times, as everyone knows. So it is the job of teachers and all kinds and parents to educate themselves about this. Take a simple second act. This is a merciful act. You're doing something to benefit, prevent the suffering, relief of a child. Prevent it in the first place by educating yourself, telling them education to maintain their own proper health, what is most important. To be well rested, have proper immune function, what foods to avoid, what to have. It is your job. You have to respect the health and dignity of your children, the parents, make sure they're in the care of proper teachers when it's safe to do. A safe distance from them if really needed. One teacher see one child at a time per se. But today, these days, it has to be online. No one knows where the teachers went before. They could get different strain and then spread to the children. It is safe for all teachers to keep their distance, even more 2 meters apart, even with masks might spread a different strain. Even if 3 or 4 booster shot vaccinated might get different strain and become ill. Humans have neglected to mention these points. And if there's misinformation online to show pictures, please do your part, act, take it down, and a million viewers will not see it. Million people will not be misinformed. 2 million lives saved. A million people might not get this virus and then become ill. Other people that are not doing their job entirely will not see it and do their job that were doing their job and not be misinformed, rather seeing students sitting in a classroom with a mask on less than meter away. But other students might see this and go, oh, I think I can go to class now even with a mask, but that's not true. This is misinformation. This is beyond disrespectful of humans. This shouldn't be online, has to be taken down. The children cannot even go to a class there and endanger their lives, and this might spread is even sitting 2 meters away with a mask. The teacher there's more than a few students in the room. This is not allowed. Who knows where they went? This is they could have went and other people from other countries or they spread different ones. It is safer online and to use. All the work is done most, and as I learned even throughout the years, even without COVID, but then during COVID times there are textbooks that the teachers deem it proper to be properly cleaned with a proper, they say sterilized but or sanitized rather. But even this, keep in mind, everyone wear a mask when using product books if purchased, textbooks. There are online resources, scan is safer to find, and teachers if find a good one to have it scanned is easy, or maybe there's already online version from the company that made the book, that published it, for the children to look it online, to see it, look it up online versus purchasing it and have it shipped with a virus on it that lasts on the surfaces, the coronavirus and variant strains. So the book They can easily have it online viewed and print if needed, paper. It is a lot safer that way. They might not suffer, get a virus, suffer rather in 2 weeks and die, spread to others, and will never leave the world. These are things that I learned, and I want no other humans to suffer. It's been on Earth too long, as I stated. Not everyone doing their job, so that's why I made this video. So everyone, please listen, and whoever listened, thank you for listening, and please act. It is, as I said, crunch time. It has to be gone from the world and lessen the spread. Millions got the vaccination, how that way, less got symptoms, then it stopped spreading a lot. But even though the vaccine that for this these it mutated forms and people don't have vaccines against it. And that's why it's still dangerous even with 3 or 4 booster shots. And everyone still has to avoid schools. And so remember, all schools closed. Learn online only what is helpful, beneficial to your health and life. Care for your health first. Educate the children about this, all parents and teachers. You sign up for caring for children. It is your job, but under God and by law. You have to care for them and continuously care and be up to date, educate yourself as every human alive during these pandemic times. And you can't disrespect this in any way. You have no right to do. You're morally obligated, parents especially, as long as the children till adult age and for all times as needed, have to set a proper example and do this to care and respect the health and life of this child. And educate it, make sure you're well rested and focus on that. Save the health and life, find online, as I stated, credible information, proper healthy food, a boost the immune system as much as it can for a proper white cell blood count for the humans to help to make sure the body's healthy enough to fight off even the common cold, bacteria, other ones, viruses, and other ones need vaccines, but some do not have vaccines. Different variant strains going on in the world, unfortunately not found. To help even those teaching researchers put it online, this information, tell them to focus on the well-being of the students, focus any ideas human have to act and tell them from the safety of their home to teach them, make sure they're not taught in schools. Prevent the spread. Everything has to be told from one to another. Those who are in have the job by law under God do respect the other students, their health and lives as you want to be treated. Educate yourself, up to date information, help them is a selfless act too, a merciful act. Use your gifts, virtues when you're healthy, is a temple for the spirit, your soul, to selflessly use your gifts, highly valued by heaven, not expecting a reward, but by free of choice to inform, educate others, the young minds properly. Don't waste their time with useless information. Make sure it's not wrong information, especially medical or COVID matters. Other virus matters. Make sure it's credible. Do take the extra second, check online, extra research or ask doctor to confirm. Put this information online. You have to do for your respect of your health and self and of others. Of all the students, say 30 in your class, other 100 students in a class, lecture from a university online. These are online lectures, classes, not in school class. There's too much students, too many rather in students would be in a class, not safe. All buildings closed of education purposes. All worship places, churches, all are closed. All public malls indoor have to be closed. Open for a while, but this keep in mind, save the children's health. If you don't have to really go there, avoid it. Go to outside stores or enter maybe the minimize the spread by entering, letting in one person or few at a time. This is helps and still stay away. Get sanitizers. Keep in mind that they don't kill entirely all the viruses. People are better off to wash their hands with 20 minutes of warm water and soap and wash it down the drain. To tell the children this, if they go to a mall from store to store, the mall has circulated it to keep the air inside, and people even with 3 or 4 booster shot checked for seating areas for food and going to different stores from one. Even people did their part but didn't think of that there are other variant strains Even though 3 or 4 booster shot vaccinated, people enter there. Who knows what country they came from? Others being negligent, like said the NHL. Other people have listed restriction legally, and people traveling from other countries had got different strains of the virus brought to a different country that doesn't have any vaccines against it. They're given to other humans from other countries and are present going who knows where to the malls and going eating food in the dining in areas, even though they're screening for 3 or 4 booster shot vaccination, but eating in front of people. Some people let in people that weren't vaccinated at all. These are people sitting, but the table's taped off, but some people sitting in front of people or less than a meter away take the mask off and chewing food and breathing air and breathing the particle little droplet with the virus to other humans in different strains, even if vaccinated, some are not, and spread to other people and potentially in the whole mall, thousands of people, children, animals, suffered needlessly and died. Humans to check as well the vaccines, make sure they're actually vaccines. Humans say they're injected, these are this, but to follow up, make sure that's proper. If they don't have severe any other harmful side effects, look into this. Other researchers too, with the Moderna, this is one of the main companies that has the vaccines, Pfizer, make sure they're actually whoever's selling after that, they're actually putting vaccines in humans. Someone follow up on this. Medically oriented people of student studies who have access to research facilities, contact numbers, do your job. It really helps someone. This idea I thought of. Maybe others didn't. Maybe they're injecting vaccines saying to humans, but not. Maybe it's just water. Who knows what? Who knows what they're actually injecting? This their name number certifications. Make sure maybe there's a put aside more. They're registered in the pharmacies to look online if there's a really an mRNA actual content in it of the vaccine to humans to be have it credible to look up online and be able to access a computer there in the pharmacy or wherever the stores that are putting the vaccines against COVID or variant strains and they can type in the right to do or online on their iPhones, a website credible to check if that code number on the vaccine is actually a vaccine, a certified one in Canada or the states where they are, with the Moderna or the head companies, if it's true. Someone to look up, follow this either as well to make this online accessible. Humans have a right to know what they have injected into their body. They could say that there's someone giving them a vaccine. It says mRNA in numbers, but I even got one. But how do I know if I even got a vaccine? This is to consider to be more certified and safe for all humanity. Those who have the resources, higher level, can look into this place. Will save the health and lives of 100 million people. There are medically negligent pharmaceutical companies, and who knows what, they're making millions and can't, under God sworn to by law, have to be put in prison if they don't. Can endanger 100 million people lives in the whole world because of it. This is one preventative measure that can help save and prevent humans from suffering if medical staff can see this and put a certification number on actual vaccines to look up online credible and make sure first that these are real vaccines and being sold, promoted to different countries. The masks to put credible ones online, just sell one of them. It is the job of the budgets of the world leaders to promote free, but get free proper masks, promote the right ones sold, and the rest gone for 4 years, but didn't do, with strain the heart and of 100 million children and people. This is what the children and the teachers have to look up to credible masks, thing up to date about COVID preventative measures, anything that they find beneficial that someone learns, such as myself and seen in the world, who has the job titles, can do to help the children inform them when they find the results of this information proper to inform them. They are morally obligated to do, to share to the parents to teach the children too. All levels, elementary, high school, university. The virus is here for months, probably not gonna go for a year unless it's really gone and people do their part. It's been on Earth too long, unfortunately mutated. So everyone, please do your part. Any information I mentioned, please share to the millions in the world. Unfortunately, world leaders and other World Organization of Health, the WHO rather, and all others, they be on If they, as they did their part as best they can, that I noticed, but they left out certain other information online, and others haven't really done their part who know this information, could have put more videos and helped those world leaders too, but haven't either. World leaders doing certain things but not doing other things. I made pins to put on there but could have done already. They have to look online too, not only do their main Twitter and TV shows. They have huge obligations in many ways. The world leaders, the president, prime minister, the pope is human representative on earth, to be a good role model for all the children, all the teachers, the priests, to look up. They look up to see what's going on in the world. Other World Health Organization, bioethics boards, health and safety, those organizations of the buildings deem it if it's safe during certain pandemics for the board, the school board let it know, and the teachers to open doors to schools or when to close them, dining areas, cafeterias where children go, to inform them about not going to, as I stated, indoor malls, avoid public places, will be more than one human. This is all has to be done and the earth and kept maintained information purposes. It will use your values or gifts that you have virtues. Respect the health and lives you have to morally obligated to do. Set good example to everyone. Respect the health and life as you want to be respected, especially the children. You have no right to disrespect anyone, especially children. Teach them properly what is essential, up to date preventative measures. Make sure they're well rested first. Health is more important thing of the children. They cannot heal anything. They have to be healthy as possible during pandemic times. And then promote this information to all humans. And then they can, and every day, push the issue, post online, tag. There are groups online. There's some have many followers on the Twitter. Is modern day, can click on and have the million viewers find those in boards that have the contact information, say Catholic School Board of Ontario, other boards, public school boards that are well known. Put this video online to all the boards immediately. It will, and the people will view and be refreshed, have their memory about what their jobs actually are, to respect dignity and health of the children themselves. If they're not doing their job entirely, not closing schools, then do the appropriate thing, close the doors, teach what is useful, that is helping save, as I stated, human health and lives of children too, and the teachers not wasting the time, their own health, burning calories when the poor basically get a job and make for money for food and burning the calories, train the brain to speak and teach children something that's useless, not beneficial to them in life, and they cannot do. They're not only disrespecting their health, but the children, wasting the time. They were supposed to have something taught beneficial to their life, well rested. They're growing, they need only proper information, something that will benefit them on the earth, other humans. They are going to be in contact in the future. If they are going to have a job, which job? To train them geared toward that job. They're going to work with someone else, other humans, employ other humans, to treat them with respect, teach them from the beginning this, their respecting of themselves, how they want to be treated with respect and dignity, valuable life and health, and to respect other humans in that way. Keep teaching this in the online courses and in all universities, especially then toward the future when the children in a college university oriented specific for job titles, to keep maintaining this issue hasn't been clarified or taught in the schools for many years. Even the jobs of the world leaders to be remind human can send posts, remind them. I put a in Pinterest, please, is that's what is free there for the benefit of all humanity, to remind them this of all job titles. Other videos I made recently. Please, whoever sees this, save it, put on your sites. Please share it to the world. This hasn't been done by all job titles, and many children wrongly affected, other humans, jobs, to respect themselves as they want to be respected. Do everything in their job description that they're going to work with other humans to do. If not, then hire someone who will get use this money they need to survive and will actually do their job. And 100 million children will not be wrong. Other job titles, doctors do their job, patients treated fairly, world leaders put budgets into housing, food for everyone, shelter for orphans, everyone. Hope will do his job, proper physical, spiritual example, wearing the mask, have to, our leaders too. If everyone did their job, no one would be suffering. Respect they have to, the number one job, employers as I stated. Are you going to respect the dignity life, a valuable life and health in all ways that your job trained to do? In your job description that you studied most 4 years to do after long high school years? Are you going to do this? Gonna respect other humans, their rights? Are you gonna treat as you want to be respected? If not, then I cannot hire you. Every employer knows, and by law under God, have to do their job. They're not gonna give money to someone to harm the whatever job they have working. The teachers with children, they're not gonna hire them. Can't give them the paycheck. Use the paycheck for proper, obviously, and give someone who needs the money for food to work, shelter, and use actually teach children properly and care. Care for the other humans as supposed to, and all other jobs. Everyone, please do your job, and then always store everyone caring and respecting everyone else, especially the little children. And hopefully, the virus and strains will, when prevented by selfless acts of humans acting, spreading information such as this to educational programs and online and courses, and keep up to date, reminding them and world leaders online to do their job to pose this best they can, and keep reminding all humans. A lot of humans still don't know a medical terminology or what a virus actually is. I summarize certain things that I learned and seen online, but and I tell to humans what word of mouth when safe distance, but online can easily modern day post credible more information. A lot of people in right to know, especially children, would love to know these things but haven't been told. So educators and parents share this information with them, teach them properly. Health most important. Think first. If something's gonna wrongly affect your health, it's not worth doing. If you're gonna learn something beneficial, do it while rested and have enough calories, glucose from food and vitamins, especially during pandemic times. Be more well rested. Take a break. Learn only what's needed. Studying, as I stated, learning as child is growing in itself, then studying is beyond strenuous on the physicality, burns a lot of calories. Takes a lot of vitamins, and during pandemic times when they're growing new organs still, they need to grow new entire immune system. It is best to make sure they're well rested and learn less, but more beneficial what's to the benefit to their life. So remember this for the children, all even this the teachers portion this online of all years studies, elementary, high school, university, all years, older people too, seminaries, all different job title fields, medical schools, dentistry schools, nursing schools. It is your job. Remember, remind these people health first. The pandemic times help strengthen immune system. Find any possible tips on proper nutrients to help boost immune system. Safe to all. Consider teach the children properly for the health first, well rested, most important, and then learn only what is beneficial. Don't strain and waste the time of children harming their health and your own teaching them useless information that harms the brain. That's illegal torture. Torture is bodily harm against free will of choice. To know this and to intentionally and make a paycheck and not respect a child and them suffering, they're burning calories, and most poor and parents work to give them food and going to learn something that is not beneficial to life and waste their time. There are laws against this. Teachers cannot do this. Whoever makes the curriculums, the trustees boards have to look. That's their job to make sure there are proper curriculums of what courses, what information that is useful, what is not useful. It will harm the health of child learning it and strain the brain, and overuse is not beneficial to life rather, is in fact harmful and cannot be done to a child. And as a right to know, children, teachers, so remember this, parents, everyone spread this in video to all parents too to watch this. See, think, look, and you have to is your job. Look online to what teachers are teaching. If it's not beneficial, harming, you're wasting your child's time and your money when you put money into the feeding them with nutrients, and they're gonna teach something useless. And to tell the teacher, you have to act. They cannot waste the time of a child and other students. you will save their health and lives. They are trained and have to do right. It is because they have a curriculum. If the parents have to ask, see if it's not beneficial not only to their child but other students and waste of time, and then it harming the brain studying something too hard and then it's useless in the future. Outdated history, first say, and that children doesn't need to, but they're going to a school where they're taking each different courses and tell the teachers and remove it from the curriculum. The teacher cannot teach something, say a history teacher, to stay there and keep working so he has a paycheck, he or she. They have to act in the best interest of a child. They're all general courses for your. I learned and never used most of it. After old history, there's some things could be summarized in one class in few sentences. So basically, some people so they learn what happened over the history and what so never happened again in the future to benefit human children to learn that way. But the whole history books had to memorize and learn elementary, high school, and useless harm the brain calories of a child such as myself strain the brain what even most people are not good at and they didn't need it all and is not beneficial to life. A lot of teachers have been teaching this way for years, but it's not this is not what the teacher's job description is. They had no right to do. Most some may have never even thought of it, but some are these are employed teachers. So teachers now have been different things removed from curriculum over time, more geared to humans' better health. But to consider this, if it's useless and it's harmful to learn and never going to use in the future, then it's best to make sure your child is going enrolled to a different school. Even tell these teachers to get rid of the curriculum. If you act, they will hear this. They have to, by law under God, get rid of it out of the respect of this child and especially a whole class. If it's just that's 30 students in a class going to be harmed and they all agree as well, ask them, the parents, if it's not beneficial to their health of the child to learn a historical textbook to memorize, which is very strenuous while the child is growing and useless in the future, and they're going to suffer. Human when they're studying gets hungry right away, they burn so many calories in the brain when they're growing is not beneficial to child health. They get hungry right away, then they have to eat more, and they're in a class already. They cannot eat till the class hour, most are hour long, such as high school. This is very hazardous to human health. A child, and it was even I lived through this is beyond wrong. Most humans starving in a one two different classes, most some use useless information and had to learn. Best and the poor child crying to learn this and is never beneficial to pass the grade to best they can. If they don't pass, they have to do the course over again, and for what? This is useless and harmful to human health. They never use in the future, such as myself. This is, in essence, this is illegal torture of a child. Many hours turn to a whole year course, such as history courses, certain ones. Other ones, these are high school mainly, as speaking of. This is to be removed from curriculum out of respect the lives and dignity of children. The teachers themselves could at least specialize in one course that need a paycheck, then care enough for the student to tell them I'm gonna teach something else, summarize it, even to a more beneficial, turning it into something that is some shortened down version to learn what is beneficial, something maybe from history that they might learn to learn that's beneficial, and then the rest to find something else that's more toward in the present beneficial to look up and do still have a job but look up something more important for the child to learn to benefit from. So board members and those that hire, I'm not sure who their job title is, but these teachers, it is your job too. You're morally responsible under God and by law. You know what your job title is when you're asked by employers, are you going to do your job? Respect and hire proper teachers, proper principals, proper elementary, high school, university teachers, a proper seminary of all level teachers, professors, medical school teachers. There are teachers of all kinds of levels, students paying even money. I work basic almost slave labor in factory and paid $7 work far just to learn in U of T. University studies, and that's a long time just for to food and to survive. So a better job and do life science, but This is a lot of effort put on the part of a child. Other people, parents pay sometime for school, not, but still they work hard, put money into it for food. People burning calories, learning, make sure it's beneficial to human health online. These classes, if it's not, then don't teach it. Some people not aware, they learn things best they can. Children, like I said, in high schools, because they're going there think that is they're misinformed. They're sitting off to go learn the basic history, some other course. I'm not good at it. Some other I don't know. There's some choice in some courses which to take for children, but some are mandatory, have to be passed. This is not mandatory if a child is gonna uselessly suffer, needlessly rather, and learn some history, or for example, or some old dated biblical wordings that the brain, even a human university level, can't handle and will never use throughout the future. And there's no benefit to it, there's no use for it. The history is over with, is in the past. The people are in the present, is beyond going on wrong pandemic to is better beneficial to turn a history class into the present into a pandemic prevention preventative course. Look online. Every teacher has a way to learn things. They already studied throughout high school, university, different subjects, so they can easily learn, figure out something about any course that is beneficial and learn something else, even turn it into something beneficial to help a student if they really want to keep their paycheck and not teach something useless that will harm a human brain child growing. They better off sleeping at home or going out as simple as no pandemic time and sit in the air outside in the sun, get vitamin D, have a healthier immune system, be happier and resting. A human health is better off. I would have been better off as child and not go to history class. Harmful to health didn't need or some old dated biblical wording and sit outside in the sun for air resting. It has a lot less strain on the human nervous system and the brain and organs when a child doesn't have to learn something especially hard and they'll never use again. And that's a whole year course. And in high school, there are a lot of them. These days, there are courses and stated books that need removed from the curriculum. These are beyond disrespectful of a child and any human, even the teachers. No, it's clearly not going to teach anyone. It doesn't even make sense. To go is take on their part and under morally and under God, they're not doing right. And whoever's selling these books, whoever wrote these curriculums, need to change immediately and stop disrespecting the health and lives of little children. They have no right to do. They know under God, so the parents look into this. Go to the stores, see if when it's safe, if it is, or online. If it's not beneficial child's health and is in the curriculum the teacher's going to teach, then tell them and then assess and talk to other parents if needed. It's not beneficial. You have rights. Tell the teacher and them to change curriculum. I don't want my child learning useless thing. This book it doesn't even make sense. Why are you putting it as a reader? Why are you putting it as a textbook? Get rid of it. Find a better one. There's many other people that care that wrote proper textbooks. They could easily put that and summarize online, even teach, find some yourself. Read a book in essence and teach homeschool child is safer and beneficial more to for a child to understand simple, useful sentences than some useless textbook that is wordy and that no one can figure out, but is published in the curriculums stated under Ontario curriculum. There's one, I can't even read it, and I already graduated university, and that's for a child and maybe in a high school elementary level. Science books wordy. Even stores online warn children. Put this online, teachers too. They have to look into this, care for the health of children. There's millions books published that are anatomy books children could buy. If someone sees, please file complaint online, put a reader or even video one and people will view. People look up things all the time, say please share. Put it to the school, the teachers where the courses are with the most students and share to other students is modern day, easily done. Takes one click of a link. Put a sentence there, tag it to people, Facebook. If you act selflessly, you're helping someone drastically, million children, save them from buying something useless. I studied university. Most human can't make it past high school or are poor and can't study. I studied more life sciences, every field of anatomy, neurobiology, physics, organic chemistry, everything, physiology, and I barely can read any books in any bookstore. Almost anatomy books are misinformation, are not entirely accurate. Most science books they're trying to put for children pictures and different things, but are wordy, are not actual, real, true information. These are misinformation these days. The wording everyone knows is misinforming people. Is not true factual information. Avoid it. If someone is educated, sees, take the time, remove it, tell from the floors of the stores if it's safe during when COVID gone, or put online to the managers. And they know by law under God too that they're disrespecting children and customers, selling something not appropriate. They can't. That is misinformation. A child might learn something wrong and become a teacher or a doctor in the future, and it may harm a patient by accident by learning something wrong in the book they think is true. Anatomy books, physiology books. There's a many, and these are geared toward children sold with misinformation. No one doing anything, and they're still sold there. So whoever knows these things, take the time, even if you have time and it's safe online, even to look. Some people have something to do versus watching a useless TV show or any children doing the right part and spreading virus, not putting the mask on, endangering their own teammates, not respecting life, then take the 1 hour. If a doctor is or someone teacher to watch this video, listen to it. Take the time, post to other teachers, will spread to all the people, and it takes few minutes, even to the main board, send to teachers, to the children. In a day, 100 million people will be informed, 100 million lives saved, and every day keep reading it until this virus is gone, and all these other the children saved. To many people not thinking of this, to think first about their health, the curriculums to be fixed immediately. A lot of children will be a lot happier, healthier, well rested, more important, learn only what they need toward in life, and then more will benefit from this. The child will be healthier. Remember, if a human is healthy, they are happy, and vice versa. In the brain, physically, children right to be happy, well rested, never harmed inadvertently by a teacher teaching stuff that strain the brain hard. They have no right to do, and by law they know. Think first what is beneficial. They know they are hard for this. If they are disrespecting this, then file complaint. They cannot harm children. It is the parent's job too to assess what they're learning. If it's proper, then the child can learn it. If not, if it's gonna be useless and harm the calories, brain, and strain the nervous system and heart when it's growing. And then during COVID times and variant strains, pandemics, a child has to grow a new immune system, as I stated, growing new cells, needs to be well rested even till adult age, up to 20 years old. They're growing entirely new organs. They have to rest. They have to be as healthy as they can. Who knows what the future holds? Maybe worse virus. Maybe they need the immune system as healthy as possible to keep up to date with nutrition taught more in schools. Immune system health research stepped on this. When children learn something about this, might get an idea and help do research about something else is more beneficial than ancient history. Ancient Greek mythology is all fake anyway. I was I didn't know. The parents are not looking into this. They sign up for school till the parents go to work. A child went there and online teaching or learn how to Greek mythology is beyond hazardous to human health. A child, already poor, but they went there and learning this in high schools, trying to get best mark. No one needs to learn this. It is all fake, basically. Unless someone likes best interest, can read this maybe as a separate book, but not. It's not proper for. It's mostly in high schools. There are these courses like Greek mythology, even in Canada, there's ancient history, other ones. These most information is too hard to learn, but had to one every day, one each class an hour, burn calories, damage the nervous system, brain the next day. And if someone told me I don't need this, they were saying that I have to get marks, have to do this amount of credits to graduate. This is not allowable to harm a human life. To suffer a human is essentially child tortured, illegally bodily harmed. The teachers know that it is not beneficial to life. They're doing their jobs. The teaching students not beneficial. They're harming their health. They're already hungry by the time they get there and burning calories. They could sleep sit in the state and put a resting class. It would be more beneficial to human health than sitting there for an hour torturing a child. to learn useless information such as Greek mythology. Is any Greek mythology actually based on truth? No. Then what is it taught to students for? And if the parents don't follow up and didn't, so I'm commenting what I learned and I suffered needlessly and never used that. I could have been better off sitting on the swings, in air, and more vitamin D and healthier immune system. For an hour, it's a long time. Save the calories on a poor parent work and then eat the food and well rested. And save the calories to do something, even to smile and help someone is better off than strain and suffering a whole hour. Then by the time it's lunchtime, already few credits to the lunchtime and already dehydrated by the time got to school, already traveled, and COVID is safer to stay home. And then a child then suffer learning other things that are useless, and then had to eat another a meal and already dehydrated and not enough meal. There is basically a child has a sandwich, maybe an apple or juice, something taken to school. But there's like me and million students, children, and then barely survive off that. They have to be already rehydrated, basically even get IV unit. A child after study is strenuous and growing, went to the schools, even at home, to learn a history class for an hour that was very hard, and have to poor child to remember this for tests purposes, crying, I can't even learn this, but I need to get a higher mark. Is strained and it's on their emotional, physical well-being is strained, harmed. A child doesn't need to go through this just to learn this and then never use it to get the highest mark possible so they can go to the next grade, to pass to the next year of these studies, which they don't even need. This is illegal harm of a child. Teachers know, but to focus first, I'm letting everyone know. Focus, slow down what your job is. If it's harmful to human health child, that's already trained. If it's not beneficial to their lives, then don't teach it. Don't make the paycheck. If you really need your paycheck, find a course, even put a helpful class, put some online tips, basic look up online, up to date information that'll benefit a child to help their classmates. Do something beneficial to their health and lives. Then you're morally doing right and keep your paycheck. If not, then hire a teacher that will care and teach something proper to children and not harm the health. There are criminal charges. First, remind the kindly teacher what their job is. If they're really not doing their job and pushing histories because they learned and taught it for years and no one told them about this, but they know it's harming the student health and continues to teach it, then they can't. They push criminal charges. They can illegally bodily harm a child, but then the parents' responsibility to look into too. Children have free will of choice too what to learn. They cannot be put in classes and parents not following up in high school curriculums. They have to assess if the is best for the child at the proper age till they can figure out really themselves. And then the children choose which courses, but there's not much selection. There's some they forced to go to just because of the curriculum, but don't need to learn. This should be removed from the curriculum entirely, has to be, out of respect the life and dignity of child. These are things that were supposed to be considered. Some will scare. I've been cleaning up this curriculum for years of every school, different ones, but hasn't been done for all the time. Teachers need to be hired that care. They give higher. Remember, humans need the job to survive and have children too. Hire those people that care. Give the money for someone who will do right, and million children will be taught and benefit from someone caring. While the parents keep in mind most are at work, cannot follow up which teachers or if they're doing right, if they're enforcing preventative measures about COVID, promoting them. If they make that's why everything is online now. So parents have to do their job and assess online. Teachers put online proper information for courses, leave out what is useless. Care for the health of the children. You know this. You're trained to do. If you can, hire someone else immediately. You will save the health and lives of the children as you're supposed to do. Everyone, please act now. Please share this video to all. As I stated, I have lived through experience for years. I am a humanitarian. I am a human earth angel, real one. Excuse me. I act in the best interest of all humans, animals, and nature. I don't want anyone to suffer anything that I lived through and figured out, and don't want anyone to suffer any of these ways, especially children. Anything I've seen in the world, I put in this video and other ones, summarized, but what is main job descriptions to do, and this one geared toward respecting the health, dignity, lives, free will of choice of little children, humans that have rights too. The little children, remember, as I stated, have choice to whether some children are remember the teachers too on all levels are good at certain courses, some not. Don't push them into learning something the parents or teachers they have a right against free will of choice that they're not good at and is useless to them. They can no one has the right to torture a child that way. It's illegal torture. This is not justified by God ever. Someone knows to morally the right, but forcing a child to learn something against free will of choice they don't choose to do and are not good at and gonna result in every hour strain. Remember, use gonna harm their health rather of something that they couldn't learn easily and harm the brain straining crying that they don't need to learn and they will never use in life. This is illegal torture. Every second that a teacher does this to a child and parents don't follow up and make sure the child doesn't learn this, these are charges against the parent and the teachers. They know to respect the health and dignity of child and cannot force a child against will to learn something that is useless and harm their health. They have rights. They are human beings. Proper age and at the best interest of their own health, the children. Tell the parent that I cannot learn history and it's useless. I don't want to go here. Parents cannot force a child to go to a history class to study online. The teachers cannot either. They have to change curriculum immediately. I consult other parents, as I stated, get rid of the course entirely, change the course to something beneficial. This has been children illegally tortured for years. Some even most not even some even misinformed, not even got the thoughts. But I suffered, and I don't want any children to suffer. So please, fairly, if I says this, all the parents and teachers, but if together work together, what has been done for years, if they not intentionally, but they weren't even got this thought to really care for the children, but they know on their job if this is not beneficial, don't teach a child, they're gonna suffer and be harmed, and don't do it. But if a teacher intentionally still teaching them, then instead file the charges when proper by law under God. They have to apologize to the child. Parents too, like I'm sorry, I didn't know I have to follow up. I supposed to. You're studying this crying, you don't even need it. Your health failed. They have to be respected as humans. They have a valuable life. The children toddlers all years by all humans, ministers, any religious human instructors of all levels, in elementary, high school, universities. They know the jobs. They didn't treat the children with respect they had to when they signed up for the job. Told employers that they were going to respect the children, teach what's beneficial, care for the health, respect it. They didn't. No right to do. This is illegal torture. It is fined by imprisonment if a severe bodily harm a child. They know not to and their job. Criminal charges passed, fined by imprisonment. They have no right, nothing, no one has rather than a right to harm another human being. Definitely not a child, against their human free will of choice. Forced to learn anything they don't choose and as beneficial in the best interest to learn and will never use in life to suffer that and then never use. And their health, brain and physical health failing, especially during pandemic times, they need to be healthy and growing as it is. A healthy immune system and body and right to be healthy as possibly can. All rested, safe at home. Only learn what's needed. And respect, learn the basic to be healthy first, then they can use their body, a temple, to help others. Use their gifts, kind hearts that they have, children to teach them these good morals, what the virtues are. Angelica Jaquela made a new, got rid of the old, it's for religious people, but for all to know. I welcome all humans. I got rid of all the religious masses harmful to health and closed all, mandated all closed, all religious places of worship out of respect of 100 million people, children, and all in the world. Finally, after all the years, hasn't been done, but I authorize this. I'm a human, earth angel, humanitarian, acting in the best interest of children, all animals, all nature, to prevent the suffering anymore has been mandated February 2023 year. This is in effect on the earth and has to be enforced. I am enforcing this, and the Pope and all ministers and religious and all non-religious teachers and all have to go along with this. Respect the dignity in their jobs and all descriptions, especially teachers, do their job or resign. Order has to be restored. Respect for human dignity and life has to be restored and maintained at all times, especially dealing with children. Of all job descriptions, medical fields, all other companies. The world leaders haven't been done, so everyone who can, give these past videos to them, restore the order and respect for all as they rightly deserve. All job titles doing from top down affect million people and children. They have to do their job and their description and treat everyone with respect that they have to do. And when they do, all the children treated fairly, all the other humans, they will be all healthier, happier immediately, and everyone will not suffer. And this is the new online merciful information session. It is a helpful to all, religious or not. I got rid of the old holy useless mass, harmful to human health practices, mainly Catholic, Presbyterian rather, Protestant, all the Jewish ones, Buddhist, all other Christian religion denominations, other ones Islamic as well. And all of this is in effect for all ministers to know, all Catholic schools to take into consideration this information. And if it affects the curriculum, you have to adjust this. I'm acting in the best interest of the children, their health and lives, and all teachers, principals, board members, all humans of all job titles, and the Pope. All humans and animals and living creatures, especially in COVID and very strange times. I am a public figure. I am a human earth angel, but I suffered for years in various ways against free will and choose no one to suffer this way. As I stated, I have an honors bachelor in life sciences and well-rounded in all fields in Christian studies, in history of Catholic education Ontario and other educational studies, and studied myself and lived through experience and don't want any child to suffer. I am a human earth angel. I have high ranking, celestial ranking, higher than archangels in the heavens, and as I'm acting on earth as a human in the best interest of all as stated. It is in effect, and every human has to listen to this immediately and share to all. This will, after 100 million years, save the health and lives of 100 million children, prevent them from suffering, learning needless information, keep them safe at home, no traveling to worship and school places. This is a mercy act of kindness, compassion on the part of me and other humans contribute to the weak. To one side, I made one main one. Then other religious sites and other humans can make their own, and Pope are mandated to do. On earth, this is God heaven sent. This is heaven sent rather on God's side, irrespective of the God and Jesus and Holy Spirit for all humans, religious or not, on the part of me, a human being. An earth angel that, as I stated, don't want anyone to suffer. When they prevent the suffering and health failing in COVID and keeping children healthy as possible and all humans, promoted by the teachers as supposed to and the world leaders and the Pope and religious individuals and other boards, health and safety boards, clothing schools, religious places of worship deemed harmful to human health have to be closed. Malls, eating areas, cafeterias will save the health and lives of children haven't been all done. Now they will do an effect to watch these videos spread to 1 million people. 100 million people will stop life suffering and failing their health. They will become stronger immune system, healthy. Is a welcome to all religious humans and non-religious humans. It is no longer a religious mass hour long that suffered humans traveling to and suffer strenuous physicality that I banned movements. Religious practice is useless but were harmful to human health. It is actually a day of rest on Sundays and Saturdays for all, religious or not. For all humans and Catholic curriculums and schools, boards, adjust your curriculums. Read this online site is a bit. I put all the information in essence, but it has to be read. It looks lengthy, but in essence, to read what the basic things, when I read enough times, then it will be everyone and fresh in their memory and learn. I suffer different things for years and put up in videos. So take a time, read slowly one at a time. There are 4 sections, and then everyone can build on this site and make their own site on a beneficial now congregation school sites as needed to have first to promote physical health, then the physicality is a temple for the soul spirit, starting as babies, be human earth angels to help others when they're healthy. Then the third part is a COVID prevention part and medical prevention helpful site tips that people can add throughout the week during in the COVID times to all different congregations to the school sites. Other non-religious blogs can make their own sites, adding to the one I have separately to inform humans about what's going on and right to know, religious or not. It's not all our long useless mass anymore, and Catholic or any religion, those are gone. They're not beneficial to health, never worse. Someone misinformed them, and children like myself suffering needlessly, spreading viruses about different practices without even knowing, misinformed. And this is a stopped in the world. And then there's the standard prayers. I put a little pin post there, but the main prayers to keep as an information piece in certain religions to respect God and those in heaven do exist is true, but only as an information piece, as a reminder when needed. These are not to be prayed in rosaries. These were hazardous to health. Praying rosaries more important to pray in the soul, mentioned to help others anywhere in the world is recording human thoughts and actions, not required to go endanger life to places of worship, to humans in curriculums, board members to adjust this, teach the children properly, respect their health and lives about this information, especially religious schools. Any public schools that have a basic religion course about this, adjust it in your curriculums immediately. Save the health and lives of 100 million children and people immediately. You're morally obligated to do. I outrank the Pope by far. I'm a human being, a humanitarian, a public figure. I am on the earth and created this session when the popes didn't, and the ministers, priests. Maybe not good idea for years, but I did and suffered different things for years, and I was a devout Catholic. On God's side, went needless, misinformed, but went and prayed, but did the practice sign of cross and traveled cold temperatures, spreading disgusting. No one told, but the people did, but they think about it. Bacteria, viruses on way, cold, straining the heart, kneeling, damaging the health. Sign of cross, hazardous to health. This sacrament spreading the bacteria in the hands, blessing holy water, making sign of the cross, with his harm to the stretching, squishing cells, damaging the hand put together is not proper and the hands and the palms together, harming the hands. This is to children harmful when they're growing cells. And then spreading bacteria virus to the forehead, making sign of the cross, shoulders, and the hands. Other people sneezing, the water there is ill. Spreading virus, bacteria in the holy water at the entrance of every Catholic church every Sunday, 52 times 52 weeks in a year. Every 100 million children, million people for years. Others not the misinformed have thought of this would never do, not required by God to make sign of the cross and spread bacteria viruses to all humans and children. And to get the Jesus way for no one's required to do. This is disgusting in itself. People clean their hands, ministers, but to put a bread given to a child or human, to another hand, in the various times, it might spread and they take and put in their mouth, take their mask off. The ministers and priests not allowed to do this. To promote this, I got rid of this Jesus wafer entirely in world to give to people. This is beyond disgusting in itself. Maybe people unfortunately didn't think of this, but I did, and I suffered years. It's disgusting, and out of respect of human health and even medical people to spread this in world, medical sites and doctors teaching students basic to prevent the spread of the virus, coronavirus, variant strains, bacteria. Religious or not, people right to know. They spread it tell it to the patients, tell them, inform them that is it put online and this information merciful session. Please, all medical staff, keep up to date. This is put a summarized information. You could make your own other sites to benefit others. Put a link to mine. Has the basic summarized information. Health, physical health, and health spiritual. Could use the gifts to help others when physically healthy. Medical prevention tips about COVID up to date. Then that's the fourth part about dignity, respecting children. Everyone job title to do their job. We're gonna work with people, respect them at all times. All those in heaven as needed. Do morally right. Everyone doesn't get away with it in their jobs. Do right. If they're gonna help children, then do your job. If not, resign. Give a paycheck who needs it to work, and will do the job and actually help children. Teach properly. Care for them when people at work. Everyone do their job. See, this new online merciful information session I termed is in essence for the religious a new holy mass. Got rid of the old one, but this is for non-religious too. This is out of respect of 100 million children, humans of all people, religious or not, to be welcome, have their own blog site to build on this idea. Use mine as a reference, put summarize basic human nutrition, what humans need, avoid certain practices for the religious ones. Even non-religious help shield it to share to others. You use your gifts, virtues everyone has, religious or not, is highly valued by heaven. You don't expect a reward, but you're sending information to help those, to help them prevent them from suffering, and their lives will help prevent suffering. They tell them to go not go to places of worship and schools and save their life, even for non-religious people. Would tell these, and but out of respect of humans heard this online, would help those people and never go to church again and spread a virus and harm their health. These are people respecting everyone else, religious or not. There are a lot of kind humans, right to be non-religious, but still live a clean-minded, morally good right life, right to do. I'm a human being, as I stated, was devout Catholic, but at times it's better not to even be religious. A human's right to do, but still respect. Not everyone does knows that God exists. That does I know true in heavens, Jesus to respect. Everyone does morally right, religious or not. They're judged by them. Recorded in every human to morally do right. No one sins at the respect of Jesus. Suffered, died, went to heaven. The Holy Spirit, a wise, is intelligent entity, had a gift of spirit, human knows, to be physically healthy, care for their health, and do morally right. Respect these. The religious, all humans and non-religious know. Every human of all job titles. Live humans best they can their lives. Do their job when they're trained and learned. Respect of their mother, cared for their health to teach them properly, the parents. Then when they learn that they respect their own health life, use this to help others. If not, don't make your paycheck. You cannot wrong other lives, especially children. You have no right to do. To disrespect and sin against another life, to harm them. Waste their time, teach them useless things, and their harm health failed, and during pandemic times really not allowed. They need every time to rest, grow new cells, and be healthy as possible throughout their life. And then when they're older, they have to already have built vitamins, so stored certain ones in the bones and things, because when they're older, they cannot fight off as much viruses. Humans, as known, are well older, they cannot absorb as many nutrients. They have to be healthy since they're a child, keep this throughout their life, and then when older, stay as healthy as they possibly can. So everyone, please share this video to all humans. Take part of time, and I can only make one, but it's a bit lengthy. I understand, but I had to get this information in, and so please take the time, be well rested. Watch a part of it, then watch another part of it. Eat some food, snack, make sure you have enough calories to think, listen to this. Please share it to all act. I can only make one. I don't have all the contact resources information for all boards, but those who do, you can share this link. Put online sites to those that are school oriented that actually have children, put them there. And every second counts. That lives will be million people saved in health of children. Respect and more the children, the parents. Keep this in mind. Keep viewing these. Write a few notes down. Keep in mind the best interest of your health and lives of yourself and children. Most to be well rested, healthy. Learn only what's needed. Be intelligent. Keep yourselves healthy, educate about coronavirus, prevented and measured other ones. Help your immune system, keep a healthy stomach. Don't internalize any foods that are harmful, caffeines. Make sure not teach no alcohol. Anything that damages stomach lining will drastically make human health fail. And these variant COVID times and other viruses and other ones coming up, the belly human to keep healthy and the whole immune system it affects might not be able to fight off anything if it's not healthy. So don't damage your stomach lining. It's not easily healed. It's damaged for life. Even 1 cup of coffee with caffeine. Alcohol is a poison. Avoid at all times. Damages everything, including stomach lining. Most of the immune system is affected, and it starts with the part in the gut to keep it healthy as possibly can. Things like this and other people join. As I stated in my information, the Merciful Information session is online. I made this site. Is another part of it is the Earth Angel Help. Is a website on the wix.com site. It is there for 100 million billion people in the world. That it has to the Pope get to this and all the religious world leaders and other humans non-religious to view. Welcome to all. Everyone act now, crunch time. Save whatever left of humanity health, with the health of animals affected too, kind-hearted souls. Prevent COVID, all variant strains, monkeypox, all other viruses. Do your part. They will stop from spreading sooner than you prevent the health failing. You will use your virtues, gifts, highly valued by heaven, selflessly, by free will of choice, not expecting anything in return. Be an earth angel, a human earth angel. Help prevent the spread, prevent suffering of others, prevent it from the people being ill. Children, teach them properly. Then their lives will be made easier to live. Sooner be restored on earth. Every joy to every human heart and soul. When they're not suffering, don't see anyone else suffering. Sooner COVID gone, monkeypox gone, viruses gone. Sooner people can, children socialize, play, no more masks. People can breathe air more. Safer in the world. Animals being happy, joy have life souls too, nature being more healthier, more jobs, people can go to stores, buy what they need, what is useful, more people have jobs, less poor, then heaven on earth will be restored to all as they rightly deserve, was supposed to be on earth all the time for all. Hasn't been, unfortunately, but humans act now with this and past few videos and restored even in days, informed 2 million people spread will drastically improve the health and lives of 100 million billion, all 100 beyond how many people are in the world. If you all act now and view this video and share 200 million people in the world. As it is intended and has to be done already. I have other videos, some bit lengthy, so please watch. I can only one, but had to get the information in. Beneficial to all. A kind-hearted earth angel, concerned about all humanity, to save whatever left of it, animals, nature, with best intent. Don't want it don't want to see it suffering anymore. For everyone to be healthy and happy and have their heaven on earth to all, brought to all by others selflessly doing acts of mercy, kindness, compassion, share this information after educating themselves, patiently listening to it, using their virtues, understanding, and sharing this to all children, teachers, and all humans, world and religious leaders, and religious or not, and welcome to use these merciful kindness and the compassion in their heart and soul virtues, as I stated, to prevent and release suffering of others in all these ways. Everyone will be happy, healthy, and have their heaven on earth as they rightly deserve at all times while they have one life to live on earth. Please see my site on wix.com entitled Earth Angel Help, and then there's a sub link there to online merciful information session. There is a lot of words on it, but I did best I can to summarize the main health information of humans that I learned for years that humans need to learn. When read is not really that lengthy, but take a bit at a time. It is things that humans to keep in mind all in the world. I summarized it when others didn't. I put it together beyond crippled alive, but a human put it together with for other humans I know that would love to know this information. Then when they're healthy, use their gifts. Then have a medical part to prevent COVID, part of the site. And then the last one to respect human dignity of all and of those all in heaven. The respect of a human wants to be treated, use to respect all others. So please see this site and share it to 100 million people and protect it. And everyone build and make their own sites like this as needed in the world, congregations as needed, and will inform humans once a week or as needed instead of useless hour-long suffering, torturous masses. These religions, all the Catholics mainly, I went to myself and useless, never accomplished nothing. It is actually God's day of rest and a rest day for children in curriculums to remember the rest of God's day of rest on Sundays, Saturdays, depending on Christian religions, and before a long school or work week. God rested on Sundays, so it is a day of rest, not worship. So then I made this site when we're rested, an information piece that humans can contribute throughout the week on their own sites and like read mine, if basic one and review every week. And to keep up on basic health, how to use their gifts, body healthy to help others, preventative COVID, other measures, helpful medical tips put online to some people learn to help others, and then a respect dignity reminder of all jobs and humans and animals and nature. This is put together. It will help drastically the whole world immediately and is in effect already for already months and a month already over time. February 2023. I have a site, Earth Angel, that made Angelica Jacella Earth Angel on YouTube. I have Facebook page and groups to please view. I put into Pinterest pins there summarizing certain things to help all that are free and please for the purpose of humans to share to the world to help me please. I don't have all the contact resource information, but the humans have more followers, viewers on sites. Please put them online free to help people. This is what intended. I'm a public figure. I'm a human, a higher level ranked as is stated than the Pope. The Pope is a human representative of God on earth. He didn't entirely do his job, and how other world religions in these matters or were not informed about it. But I've learned two different things, as I stated, and act in the best interest of all humanity that they were supposed to do. So please, as a out of respect of me and what I lived through, I suffered alone without those in heaven. Unfortunately, supposed to protect me, but it didn't. So I, on human on earth, choose to rectify this on earth. So no more human suffering, animals, and nature. Restore every respect for all, everyone to be happy, healthy, and live through the heaven on earth as they rightly deserve. My name is Angelica Jacella. It is spelled Angelika. My last name is spelled Jakiela. And then it's Earth Angel. There's a YouTube channel entitled this. They have on Twitter. Please add me as many followers as possible. Share it to the world. The helpful videos I made, protect it, download it. Who can put it on your sites. Subscribe, please. Tell me if it's working, please. I type crippled beyond left alone. I don't want to say. Not protected by heaven, but did it separately. I did all I could do on the earth. So this please my efforts and any works can go to waste. And this will truly save 100 million people lives and health and will benefit and not strain their heart and health, fail and spread virus, bacteria, and Catholic practices don't need. I was a Catholic devout, but I already against these practices, and I would have gone if I knew I would be loved to have been informed as a child and all years. I never went there and rested on Sundays and be better off. So I want all children to be safe. Put it in the curriculums, all teachers, everyone, ministers help. School boards, religious or not, inform all the children. Care for the health, teach them only what's needed. Get rid of all misinformation, which is deemed all Catholic physical practices harmful to human health that I stated on my Angelica Gichella Earth Angel. There's a YouTube channel. I made the Merciful online site. It is all recorded there in effect February 2023 and before. And other videos that are respectful of human health and which religious physical practices are deemed harmful to human health and never allowed practice on earth again by any human alive, out of respect of their lives and health and of all children. Old people, people misinformed, needlessly religious but prayed, and did these physicality movements but harmed their health and needlessly didn't result in anything except bodily harm and suffering and never got well rested on Sundays or Saturdays, other days of rest. They were supposed to rest when God rested. So, everyone, please remember this. Non religious, religious, help everyone inform, share the information, do kind, merciful acts this way. It is recorded, highly valued by heaven, but not forced to do, without expecting a reward, with the simple intent of helping prevent the suffering, health failing of 100 million children, people, and whole world. Everyone has the right to be healthy, happy, respected, their dignity, their lives, rights, religious or not. And all nature have a life too, and all animals, and to live in peace and happy and healthy with heaven on earth as they rightly deserve.